fame to the continent. Often, as he mentioned, it originates normally from corruption. It sometimes originates from negative or criminal activities. So the money that is generated is, first of all, if you like, means to transfer it. Actions that countries to low tax jurisdictions that do not have anything to do with the activity that from where they are created to jurisdictions that are low in tax but that have nothing to do with the creation. Illegal activities, including even terrorism financing. So for Oxfam, we think that if Africa can ever be financially independent, we need to focus on reducing, if not stopping, the flow of funds or income from the continent through illicit means. So we have been working across civil society, across media, to ensure that we build capacity and ensure that people do not flag out capital in our country.
We also respond to the needs of businesses, we also respond to the needs of the general public and the specific situation of children, because there is a big issue in terms of the digital rights and safety of children online. And so that's what we do. But I think one very important thing to say about our role in terms of the theme that we have here is that we look at this from two perspectives. So one is we're looking at it in terms of the protection of critical information infrastructure, and we're also looking at it from the perspective of law enforcement. And so for the latter, law enforcement, what we do is that under our law, the Cybersecurity Act of 2020, Act 1038, we have a specific mandate that is to support law enforcement with technical services in terms of forensic investigation and all that. Our brother mentioned issues around origin, issues around moved online. And so even when you have all these criminal activities, including corruption, which are at the center of how illicit financial flows happen, you would want to understand what the origins are from a law enforcement perspective. You would want to understand how transfers are made and how these financial resources or this money is used. And so there you would find the Cybersecurity Authority having a technical role in helping with the digital forensics and investigations around this to support the law enforcement effort. Now, you also want to think about it in terms of critical information infrastructure and the protection of that, which we have as our core mandate, and we have a whole team on this. And by our law, a critical information infrastructure is any industry, sector, or activity which, when it is affected, would jeopardize Ghana's economy or Ghana's national security or the safety and well-being of persons. And so if illicit financial flow or illegal financial flows affect our economy, and if the manner in which this is done is through cyberspace, then whichever sectors or industries are implicated in that would then become critical information infrastructure. And we have a mandate to protect such institutions. And so we do that by establishing certain, first of all, regulating critical information infrastructure, bringing them under a regime in which they need to comply. There are certain minimum standards that they must have in terms of their resilience, in terms of their preparedness, in terms of how they can prevent and also report incidents, threat incidents on their infrastructure. And this would then trigger our incident response to protect them. And so the Cybersecurity Authority works around supporting law enforcement in terms of illicit financial flows and other activities in cyberspace. And we also have a role in protecting critical information infrastructure. And if the fintech ecosystem is one that when it is hit by cyber threats, malicious cyber activities would affect Ghana's economy, then it comes under our regulatory regime, and we must enforce whatever mandate that we have in that regard. Thank you.
Sure, thank you very much, and thank you for touching on the fintech bit, because in as much as the financial space is evolving and fintechs are coming on board, they help us move the money digitally, like you mentioned, but they could also be one of the means where illicit financial flow could be used, right, if I get it that right. I'll be coming to you, Dr. Mohammed, Mr. Mohammed, I mentioned that I'll be coming to you, but before that, Mr. Amaye, what are the most challenges in combating illicit financial flows in Africa, and how can we address them?
D'accord, donc merci beaucoup pour la question. Alors, il y a plusieurs défis qui limitent la capacité de nos États à lutter efficacement contre les flux financiers illicites. Vous avez un premier facteur qui vient tout de suite en tête, c'est le caractère informel de nos économies. Vous avez la majorité des paiements aujourd'hui qui sont réalisés à travers le cash. Et donc, qui dit cash dit opacité, dit manque de transparence. Et c'est un nid, hein, c'est un levier de développement des flux financiers illicites parce que vous n'avez aucune traçabilité. Vous naviguez dans l'opacité totale. Et c'est un facteur, c'est un vivier de développement des flux financiers illicites. Donc, c'est un facteur important, donc, le caractère vraiment informel de nos économies. Donc, c'est un des leviers, justement, donc pour entrer dans le vif du sujet, c'est un des leviers à travers lequel les fintech, par le biais de la digitalisation, peuvent aider à combattre les flux financiers illicites. Donc, migrer les transactions qui se faisaient en cash, les migrer vers des transactions plus digitales pour avoir cette traçabilité et pour formaliser davantage l'économie. Donc, un des facteurs importants en Afrique qui freine l'efficacité de la lutte contre les flux financiers illicites est le caractère informel de nos économies. Deuxième Deuxième facteur, je pourrais dire, ce sont nos cadres réglementaires. Nos cadres réglementaires. Donc, vous avez aujourd'hui en Afrique une série d'évaluations aujourd'hui qui sont effectuées par le GAFI, donc qui est un peu l'organe normatif au niveau international, qui essaie d'harmoniser les normes en termes les normes réglementaires pour lutter contre le blanchiment de capitaux notamment. Donc, ces évaluations qui sont réalisées aujourd'hui depuis une dizaine d'années, alors sur les deux aspects, que ce soit la conformité technique, c'est-à-dire est-ce que nos textes législatifs ou réglementaires existent pour lutter contre le phénomène, donc ça c'est la conformité technique. Deuxième point qui est évalué par le GAFI, c'est l'efficacité. Donc il ne suffit pas d'avoir les textes, est-ce que ces textes-là sont réellement mis en œuvre? Donc tous ces deux points, la conformité technique et l'efficacité, les évaluations mutuelles qui sont aujourd'hui menées depuis une dizaine d'années ont relevé de nombreuses faiblesses. Vous avez maintenant depuis quelques années plusieurs pays qui sont inscrits dans les listes grises du GAFI, les listes noires. Vous aviez en Afrique de l'Ouest, je pense que vous aviez le Sénégal en 2021 qui est sorti en 2024. Ces 2 dernières années, vous avez d'autres pays, la Côte d'Ivoire, le Burkina, qui sont entrés dans la liste grise parce qu'ils n'ont pas les textes réglementaires et législatifs qu'il faut en termes de régulation pour combattre ce phénomène. Ou bien même s'ils sont ces textes-là ne sont pas efficaces ou bien sont insuffisamment mis en œuvre par les assujettis. Donc les assujettis, ce sont les secteurs qui doivent, par exemple, mettre en place des normes d'identification de clients, les QIC, ou bien des normes de surveillance des transactions. Donc ces assujettis, ce sont principalement les banques pour le secteur financier, les compagnies d'assurance, les émetteurs de monnaie électronique. De plus en plus maintenant, les fintech aussi sont également intégrés dans le dispositif. Mais vous avez également d'autres acteurs en Afrique qui n'étaient pas du tout régulés ou bien qui étaient insuffisamment supervisés. Ce sont les entreprises et les professionnels non financiers désignés. Ce sont les avocats, les notaires, les huissiers. Il était très facile auparavant de réaliser une transaction immobilière avec des montants astronomiques, de prendre le cash et de le déposer dans un avocat qui pouvait émettre un chèque en votre nom. Donc c'était une opération qui permettait de blanchir en quelque sorte l'argent. Donc les évaluations mutuelles réalisées un peu partout par le GAFI ou bien les organismes régionaux, que ce soit le GIABA ou autres, montraient que ce secteur-là était insuffisamment régulé. Et donc de plus en plus, nos États sont en train de créer des autorités de supervision pour prendre en charge ce secteur-là. Donc vous avez également la fragmentation de nos réglementations parce que vous savez, les flux financiers illicites ou bien le blanchiment ont une portée internationale, alors que nos législations ou bien nos règlements ont un périmètre limité au niveau national. Et ces réglementations-là sont insuffisamment harmonisées au niveau régional et au niveau continental. Donc les criminels ou bien les acteurs qui œuvrent dans ces activités-là faisaient ce qu'on appelle de l'arbitrage réglementaire. Ils allaient vers les pays qui avaient les législations et les supervisions les plus souples pour réaliser leurs opérations. Donc vous avez également donc la réglementation qui était la réglementation. Donc j'ai cité le caractère informel de l'économie, le cadre réglementaire qui est insuffisant ou bien qui est insuffisamment mis en œuvre, la fragmentation de nos réglementations. Mais vous avez également du côté la coopération. Donc, la coopération régionale ou bien internationale était insuffisamment mise en œuvre par nos États. C'est en train d'être relevé. Vous avez également aujourd'hui un facteur qui prend de plus en plus de l'ampleur et qui intéresse notre problématique. Ce sont les innovations numériques. Donc les innovations numériques aujourd'hui sont une source, on le verra tout à l'heure, pour lutter contre les flux financiers illicites. Mais elles posent également des défis supplémentaires en termes de cybercriminalité, en termes de capacité insuffisante de nos États pour maîtriser ces technologies-là, ou bien pour analyser les données qui y sont attachées. Vous avez également des innovations financières qui sont liées à ces technologies-là, telles que les crypto-monnaies, les actifs virtuels, les technologies blockchain, qui sont aujourd'hui insuffisamment maîtrisées par nos États et qui servent de relais aux flux financiers illicites. Pour vous donner un exemple, le GAFI a évalué en 2022 qu'il n'y avait que 4 pays en Afrique qui avaient une réglementation, même légère, encadrant les actifs virtuels ou bien les crypto-monnaies. Donc, pour vous dire aujourd'hui ce qui existe en termes de régulation de ces nouveaux acteurs. Hein, donc, j'y inclus également tout ce qui est jeux en ligne, tout ce qui est plateforme numérique pour réaliser des transactions actifs virtuels. Donc, voilà de façon ramassée les principaux défis aujourd'hui qui empêchent. Vous avez également un facteur qui est non négligeable, hein, c'est la volonté politique. Il ne suffit pas d'avoir la réglementation, la technologie qu'il faut. Il faut derrière une volonté politique forte. Donc ça manque souvent dans nos États. Et donc c'est également un des leviers sur lesquels agir pour lutter contre ce phénomène.
So thank you very much, Mr. Maye. Indeed, the gaps still exist, and with harmonization of regulatory systems, political will, and also digital innovation, we would make a headway. I'm glad there's another lady joining us on the panel. Nana, you're welcome. Right, you should use the mic. Yeah.
Hi, thank you so much. And
Right,
hello.
so we cannot have this conversation without the inclusion of a fintech company, because we're looking at illicit financial flows and the role fintechs can play in curbing the menace. But first, tell us what Bridge Technology do.
Right. Hello, everyone. My name is Nanamo Feiwa Inchi, Head of Sales for Bridge Fintech Ghana. So Bridge Technologies is a Pan-African fintech company that recognized the need in the African space, African financial ecosystem, and we decided to solve it. So we asked a simple question. Ghana, we have neighboring countries, we have Burkina Faso, Cote d'Ivoire, we have our brothers in Nigeria as well. But then anytime we want to trade among ourselves, when it comes to the money or the currency, you first have to exchange from, let me say Ghana, you first have to exchange from cedi to dollar or any of the other foreign currencies before another African currency. And we asked ourselves, why? If I'm trading with my Nigerian brothers, what does the dollar have to do with that? So that is the gap we saw in the financial ecosystem that we are solving. So one product through which we are doing that is BridgeX. Yes, so our name Bridge is that we are bridging gaps in the financial space in Africa. So currently we are in Ghana, Nigeria, Tanzania, Kenya, recently Rwanda and South Africa. So we are taking it one country at a time. So back to our product. With our product, BridgeX, now money is being digitalized, and in the African space, mobile money interoperability is taking the lead. So yes, we want to be able to trade without data, without smartphones, so that the rural areas can also take part. So since mobile money has been widely accepted in Africa, we are also doing that through the mobile money interoperability with our product BridgeX. We are currently, through the BOG sandbox, running a pilot with MTN. So if you're in Ghana, you dial *170# now, you're able to send money to Nigeria at the moment. So yes, aside that, we also have other platforms that basically help Africans trade, cross-border transactions made easy and simple. Thank you.
What are some of the examples of initiatives fintechs have put in place to combat illicit financial flows?
Right. So since we are in other African countries, we're able to recognize how the central banks regulate fintechs. So in Ghana and where my company, we have robust onboarding processes where customers are meant to go through KYC, which is know your customer. The know your customer is not just what they do for work and the likes. We also ask their transaction volumes, and we also make them go through identification, verification processes. We have algorithms and systems in place that verify their live images. In Ghana, we are allowed to own accounts on our platforms by having your Ghana card. So even if you're not a citizen of Ghana and you trade cross-border, or you're a Nigerian who runs a business here in Ghana, you can register with your non-citizenship card. And with our facial recognition verification systems, we are able to detect, we're able to make sure that the ID you're using in the verification matches who you are as a person, because we test live image. And aside that, we also use blockchain analytics and AI tools and algorithms to check for financial patterns. So in your KYC, eKYC forms, we don't just ask you how much you'd be transacting on a daily or how much money you'd be having in your accounts on a daily just for fun. We take in that data and also monitor your transactions on our platforms so anytime there are irregularities or anytime we detect irregularity patterns, we are able to sound the alarm. Aside that, so with fintech innovations and technology taking over the world, yeah, it makes these things easier to detect. And like I mentioned initially, because we didn't have this cross-border platforms that allowed cross-border trade, people relied on the black market and other things. But with a platform like ours, the regulation would be better because these people will now sign up. As you are seeing mobile money agents in Ghana, you see them also adding, sending money cross-border. And some of these things also help us regulate, because with the black markets, it's very difficult to regulate. So yes, being regulatory compliant as tech or fintech companies is one of the ways. And also in every country, the central bank regulates fintechs and regulates what likes. As a fintech company, we have certain industries we are prohibited from working with. One is those with adult content and services, unlicensed betting companies, pawn shops, those who sell guns and the likes, yes. So since we are fintechs, the central bank is also doing a lot to help. So I would say collaborating with the central bank. Most fintechs see the central bank as this boss, scary people, they don't want to trade here. But then we need to understand that one, they run the show, and secondly, it is just to ensure that we are all safe. And Ghana, we do not currently have laws in place that regulate cryptocurrency and the likes. So in our fintech space, that is something we are also prohibited from engaging with, cryptocurrency, Bitcoin and the likes. Yes. So that's another way. And I don't know how other central banks work, but then there's also sandboxes. So in Ghana, the Bank of Ghana has a sandbox where they test these innovations fintechs come up with before pushing it to the live market. So that's also another way we do that. So currently the BridgeX service I mentioned is it's undergoing a pilot in BOG Sandbox. With our blockchain data, they are able to trace every transaction. They are able to follow our dashboard to see everything that's happening. So these are some of the ways.
Thank you very much, Nanama. Dr. Jamal, in Cybersecurity Month, you've heard what Bridge Technologies is doing, what Osfam Ghana is doing. What role can public-private partnership play in enhancing cybersecurity and also preventing financial crimes in the Ghanaian financial ecosystem?
Right. Thank you. I would say that the approach to these matters in Ghana is one of multi-stakeholderism. And so if that's one way of labeling public-private partnerships. And I am happy to announce, even though it's not my institution, but it's a public thing, Ghana is actually regulating virtual asset service providers. I think in a few months, or if not weeks, we would have a virtual assets regulatory office. within the Bank of Ghana. So it was interesting to hear collaborating with the central bank. It's actually compliance with the regime of the central bank. And the three institutions that are going to regulate fintech and these matters would be the Bank of Ghana, the Security and Exchange Commission, and the Financial Intelligence Center. And of course, we are very central in the processes because we would deem that or those systems to be part of our critical information infrastructure, and we need to protect them. Now, in this whole regulatory process, and I was privileged to be part of the processes, we had the Chamber of Blockchain Technology, we had fintech associations involved. They are multi-stakeholder processes. And so we look at these matters, if you like, as an end-to-end thing. We're thinking of the end user, and we're thinking of issues that could occasion within the processes up to the point of how we can ensure deterrence and also law enforcement. So that is one way through which you can have this public-private partnerships. And talking about capacity building as well, one of the initial things that the Virtual Assets Regulatory Office would do would be to sensitize the public on these matters. And so just like we do capacity building and awareness creation, there is going to be that. It's going to be segmented and tailored to meet the needs of various publics and stakeholders. And so that's what I would like to say about these things. But again, still on PPPs, we may go beyond PPPs, and that's why I preferred multi-stakeholderism, because these issues are transnational in their nature. Listening to how these transactions take place, they are cross-border, and that feeds into what my brother from Senegal said a while ago about fragmentation of regulatory regimes. He also mentioned the issues of non-cooperation or poor cooperation among states, and then he mentioned the issue of emerging technologies. And so you also would want to think about, and so we should go beyond even public-private partnerships and be thinking about multi-stakeholderism, which would even go beyond national or domestic jurisdictions. And so I would reemphasize that state parties would need to harmonize their laws, and there are international regimes which when we all subscribe to or ratify, we can have harmonious regulatory regimes and frameworks. And also those international frameworks themselves, inbuilt in them, have some issues around mutual legal assistance. And we also have the Interpol. Ghana has been part of some joint operations, African joint operation against cybercrime. So we really need to have this harmonization, have this collaboration at the international or regional level, and also invest in emerging technologies and leverage them in detecting, investigating, disrupting illicit financial flows. And in all this, there must be strong political will, as my brother from Senegal said. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jamal. But you may want to add the mechanisms in place for reporting or even responding to cybersecurity incidents in Ghana. We just add that briefly.
Yeah, so we have what we call an incident response architecture. So in Ghana, we have what we call the Computer Emergency Response Team, where we are constantly monitoring the cyber landscape and malicious activity. And we also have a reporting mechanism within that. So the central Computer Emergency Response System resides with us, the national one, but we have sectorial Computer Emergency Response System. So in the case of financial technology, we have what we call the Financial Sector Computer Emergency Response System, which resides with the central bank. And so when there is, they would also be monitoring the cyber ecosystem, and whenever malicious activities are detected or incidents occur, depending on where you sit, you report to your sectorial Computer Emergency Response Team, and they report to the National Computer Emergency Response Team, and it triggers incident response. Now, if there is international cooperation at that level, there should be some threat intelligence sharing, that it might have some extraterritorial dimensions. And so that is where it comes back to the issue of cooperation and harmonization of our laws, so that within our domestic system, we have a computer emergency response system which is decentralized, and there are reporting obligations, and we have routine inspections that we do, and we're constantly monitoring the landscape, and we also do some threat intelligence sharing as part of what we would take to jointly combat incidents around cyber fraud, illicit financial flows, and other cognate offenses, including transnational organized crime.
Sure, thank you very much. Mr. Mai, in your earlier response, you touched on this a bit, but if you could maybe dive in deeper on some best practices for identifying IFFs and how these can be implemented.
Merci beaucoup. Donc, en termes de bonnes pratiques pour limiter l'ampleur des flux financiers illicites, bon, je commencerai par la réglementation, donc la régulation. Il faut pas qu'il y ait de zones grises dans le pays. Il ne faut pas qu'il y ait des secteurs qui ne sont pas régulés ou bien qui ne sont pas insuffisamment supervisés. Il faut que tous les acteurs susceptibles d'être des canaux ou bien des vecteurs de flux financiers illicites, il faut que ces acteurs-là soient encadrés. Voilà, je pense qu'il faut laisser personne en rade. Donc, c'est une bonne nouvelle que le Ghana, aujourd'hui, va bientôt mettre en place une régulation, une supervision des acteurs œuvrant dans le domaine des actifs virtuels. C'est une très bonne chose, ça n'existe pas dans tous les pays. Donc, voilà un exemple typique de secteur ou bien de poches qui n'étaient pas suffisamment régulés et qui ne le sont pas dans tous les pays. Donc la réglementation doit inclure tout le monde, donc ne laisser personne en rade, et pour ne pas donner l'opportunité aux acteurs malveillants de les utiliser comme vecteurs pour faire des transactions illicites. Donc ça, c'est du point de vue de la conformité technique. Donc, avoir les régulations qu'il faut, les textes qu'il faut, les superviseurs qu'il faut, et avoir un large spectre d'assujettis, incluant les acteurs émergents, les acteurs du numérique, tout comme les acteurs des innovations avancées. Donc ça, c'est du point de vue de la conformité technique. Maintenant, il ne suffit pas d'avoir, comme je l'avais dit tout à l'heure, d'avoir les textes qu'il faut, d'y inclure les acteurs qu'il faut, mais il faut également que la réglementation et la supervision soient efficaces. Il faut que les assujettis prennent conscience de leur rôle, de leur rôle et de leur capacité à limiter ce phénomène. Donc il faut qu'au niveau de tous les assujettis, aujourd'hui c'est le cas au niveau des banques, vous avez de très bonnes procédures, ici au niveau des banques, vous avez des outils de surveillance et de détection automatique des transactions au niveau des banques. Il faut que ce soit généralisé à tous les acteurs. Il faut que tous les acteurs du secteur non financier aient les mêmes pratiques, la même conscience et les mêmes exigences en termes d'identification des clients, en termes de surveillance des transactions, que les acteurs les plus avancés dans ce domaine aujourd'hui, que sont les banques. Sans pour autant tuer l'inclusion. Il ne faut pas que la régulation aussi soit très stricte, de sorte à empêcher, par exemple, ceux qui sont insuffisamment inclus du point de vue numérique. Il ne faut pas les empêcher d'avoir accès à ces services financiers. Voilà. Mais il faut trouver le juste équilibre entre réglementation et inclusion financière du côté du secteur non financier, qui aujourd'hui constitue le moyen faible en termes de mise en œuvre ou bien d'effectivité de la réglementation. Bon, autre bonne pratique, je pense que le collègue, les fintech pourraient, sa structure œuvre en quelque sorte comme une RegTech, c'est-à-dire que sa structure aujourd'hui est capable d'automatiser certaines tâches pour s'assurer de la conformité. Par exemple, automatiser les procédures QIC, surveiller quasiment en temps réel les schémas de fraude, les schémas de blanchiment d'argent, grâce à des outils tels que l'intelligence artificielle. Je pense que nos États, nos superviseurs gagneraient à travailler davantage avec ces acteurs émergents-là pour un peu venir combler leurs lacunes en termes d'infrastructures numériques, en termes de capacité d'analyse des données massives, et également d'utilisation des technologies nouvelles que ce sont l'intelligence artificielle. Donc travailler avec ces acteurs-là pourrait également être très bénéfique. Donc le collègue l'a également dit qu'il faut une coopération, à la fois régionale et internationale. Il faut que les réglementations soient harmonisées, à la fois au niveau national et au niveau régional. Il faut que également les acteurs internationaux jouent le jeu. Il faut qu'au niveau africain, qu'il y ait un fort plaidoyer pour que, par exemple, les paradis fiscaux ou bien les paradis digitaux jouent le jeu et permettent, par exemple, à nos États, je donne un exemple, le recouvrement des avoirs criminels. Il faut qu'au niveau international, au niveau de la gouvernance mondiale, que nos pays puissent peser d'un poids lourd pour imposer ou bien pour faciliter le recouvrement des avoirs criminels au sein d'acteurs digitaux ou bien de paradis fiscaux. Donc la coopération internationale, la coopération régionale est également quelque chose de très nécessaire. Au niveau des infrastructures publiques aussi, il faut également avoir des infrastructures à portée régionale qui dépassent les cadres nationaux. Je pourrais donner l'exemple des plateformes intégrées des paiements numériques. Aujourd'hui, il faut que les banques centrales des différents États coopèrent pour avoir des plateformes intégrées au niveau régional ou bien continental pour faciliter les transactions entre les États. Cela pourrait venir en quelque sorte, cela pourrait venir diminuer le recours au cash. Donc je disais tantôt que parce qu'aujourd'hui beaucoup de transactions transfrontalières se font à travers le cash parce que les gens trouvent le système formel lent ou bien coûteux. Donc si nos États arrivent à mettre en place des plateformes intégrées qui permettent des transactions instantanées à des frais quasi nuls, ça pourrait venir diminuer très fortement l'usage du cash et la percée des flux financiers illicites. Voilà, de façon résumée, quelques bonnes pratiques qui, si elles étaient mises en œuvre, pourraient venir diminuer significativement le phénomène.
Sure, thank you very much. And you also touched on the fact that regulators must be conscious of their role because it's one thing having the regulation, the other thing, a very important one is implementing it. Oxfam Ghana, I'm coming back to you on how you're able to measure the effectiveness of your support for combating illicit financial flow.
Thank you so much. And thank you for the submissions by my colleagues. I'm happy that the fintech people join us. We have been working, as I indicated, we recognize that governments are seized with the mandate and responsibility to respond to illicit financial flows. And so as an NGO, our role is to provide evidence to government that have this mandate that this is happening, the flows are happening, and that these are the mechanisms that people use to fly out, capital. And this is the way you can deal with it. So one of the things we do across the countries is to research and provide evidence to policymakers on illicit financial flows, but also we try to put in place what we call monitors. So in many of the countries that Oxfam operates, we have put in place what we call fair tax monitors. And the fair tax monitor enables government actors and authorities to be able to monitor what the system looks like. So they're able to, it's like a dashboard that allows them to monitor whatever is going on with their regimes and the practices of corporations. I must say that when we are discussing illicit financial flows and we're talking about corruption, people immediately think about political corruption. It is not. Corruption in respect of illicit financial flows is about corruption, it's about the data to establish where the leakages are and how, if you like, corporate bodies are behaving in ways that promote illicit financial flows. But we see fintechs as a double-edged sword. Whilst fintechs is very, very good in supporting government to combat illicit financial flows by, i.e., improving transaction transparency, also ensuring real-time monitoring, and, if you like, providing opportunity for us to verify identity using biometrics. They can also promote money laundering and a lot of, if you like, tax evasion and fraud are perpetrated using the digital platforms that we have. But we also recognize that the pace at which fintechs and technology, for that matter, is moving seems to be outpacing our governments in their regulatory action. And so there are gaps that people also exploit using the online or technology. And all this add to the phenomenon of illicit financial flows.
On that gap note, let me bring in Anama. Pano, we have a few minutes to go, and audience will be bringing you into the conversation by way of Q&As. Anama, you mentioned fintechs are double-edged sword. This is what I mentioned earlier as well. But how do we ensure that fintechs are able to collaborate with government so that at least we use the better part of the sword?
Yeah, he's bashing us, and I'm taking it. But then, yes, I get the fear, but at the moment, about just 8% of the world's money is cash. I agree with him that the digital landscape is emerging, evolving fast as well. 92% of the world's money is digitalized. Yes. When it comes, I would speak for Ghana, that when it comes to Ghana, the central bank doesn't give gap for that. They've put in robust measures, and they are still doing that. And as I mentioned, my company is in Tanzania, Kenya, Nigeria, and other countries. But when it comes to Ghana, getting the license is not as easy as we did in the other countries. That tells that the central bank cares a lot about Ghanaians and has put in measures. Even on tax evasion, a couple of months ago, GRA introduced what they are calling the Sentinel Project, which would be monitoring tax, where we are to share our dashboard with them to monitor and also to ensure that we fintechs do not evade tax. So as a digital platform, we would all be onboarded on. So these are some of the things. So about fintechs being a double-edged, so that's true. Back to what I was saying on the license. Getting licenses to operate cross-border or even trade locally is not easy. So it is not worth risking your license over for like menial coins and the likes. And yes, so with the central bank being robust, they have their sandbox. Before they approve or give you any license, it has to be monitored in a control environment before they push live. So these are some of the measures they have put in place to ensure that fintechs show the right path. And like I mentioned, getting a license in Ghana is not easy. So no fintechs will be doing that. Recently, you are hearing them, some fintechs getting their license suspended. So yeah, the system is working.
Sure, thank you very much. If with anti-money laundering and combating the financing of terrorism regulations.
How can they be compelled to comply?
Right.
They shouldn't ensure compliance. Right. And the regime that is coming, we are warning you, it's going to be very robust. It's really well thought through, and we do understand that emerging technologies and innovations are moving so fast, and so we are not complacent that the regime is watertight. It's one that is going to go through several iterations. One thing that we are doing in Ghana is that the Honorable Minister for Communications, Digital Technologies and Innovations is reviewing and reforming all our laws around digitalization, and then institutions are speaking to each other. So first and foremost, the Security and Exchange Commission, Bank of Ghana Financial Intelligence Center have established this robust regime to minimize some of the evils that can happen within that space. I'm happy to hear about the dashboard that Oxfam has and the work that it is doing. And we are happy about the investments that Interpol and the UK government through the Foreign Development Cooperation Office is doing, and the collaboration between states within West Africa to jointly fight cybercrime. And so there is a legislative and policy framework which I think is fit for purpose, and it's not going to be stuck in time. It's going to be to evolve as and when technologies and mechanisms within fintech evolve, to ensure that fintechs are used for financial inclusions and for all the good reasons, and not for money laundering and illicit financial flows. And at the same time, this whole spirit of multi-stakeholderism, where we all have different but common but differentiated responsibilities, where we have civil society, development partners, government, law enforcement agencies, and even your own associations and chambers, and even the consumers, because we'll be speaking to the consumers to know what is going on within them. And let me not forget telecos. Telecommunication companies are also on board on this. The National Communications Authority is on board on this. And I think that as conceptualized, if we execute as we have planned, they would not do so much evil.
Sure, thank you very much. A round of applause for my panel once again. We'll be taking the Q&A. We'll take just 2 questions because of the time. Okay, I've seen the first hand here. Let's take this one first, and then I will come. Wow. Please keep your question brief and also straight to the panelists where possible.
Merci, je suis Charles de la Côte d'Ivoire. J'ai 2 petites préoccupations. La première, j'ai le sentiment, peut-être que je me trompe, mais les fintechs sont un peu, à mon avis, un peu trop élitistes. Ils sont dans leur monde. Alors, qu'est-ce qui est fait pour sensibiliser les populations sur leur existence et sur ce qu'elles font comme travail au profit des populations? J'estime que pour ma part, c'est trop savant, quoi. C'est une donnée trop savante. Je pense qu'il faut qu'elle descende un peu plus dans les populations. Deuxième chose, Dr Jamal, concernant les réussites en termes de lutte contre les trafics illicites, est-ce qu'on peut avoir un exemple concret, je dis au Ghana, qui a été fait, quelque chose qui a été fait, et on a eu un résultat concret qui puisse dire le système marche, il y a des efforts qui sont faits et ça marche et on peut continuer d'être optimiste, d'y croire pour dire que la lutte elle peut continuer d'être engagée. Voilà mes deux petites préoccupations. Merci.
Thank you. Dr. Zaman, I think you have to respond to that and we'll take the next one.
Well, if I understood this question, is asking about the success or what kind of example we would have to show around our work on this area. We have in the past collaborated with the Data Protection Commission, the Bank of Ghana, to crack down on some malicious actors who were into investments and then banking. I mean, we cracked down on close to 300 entities and individuals, and then we are actually in the process of prosecuting them. Now, the way we work here is that we work jointly with the cybercrime unit of the police, Ghana Police Service, the Attorney General's Department, and the Economic and Organized Crime Unit. But I think this is not even the classic example. Maybe the most interesting one has to do with illicit financial flows and cyber fraud activities that involved Ghanaian citizens and which had extraterritorial effects in the United States. Now, we had some intelligence from our counterparts in the United States, and on the basis of that, we had a joint action. I mean, this was reported. It's fairly recent, less than 3 months now. We had a joint operation, and we're able to, first of all, find the people involved in it. Through our technical capacities, trace what activities they were into and what assets they had received, and we did extradition, and these people are being prosecuted. I think that's the most classic example that I should give you.
And yeah, he mentioned that fintechs are sometimes in our own world. Yeah, so in Ghana, the examples he gave is one, and also, like I mentioned, the sandbox. Before all fintech products are pushed onto the market, they are being tested in a controlled environment, which Bank of Ghana calls the regulatory sandbox, before it's pushed to the general mass or before approval and licenses are given for you to operate. And also in companies, being regulatory compliant. For my company, we have this anti-money laundering system or software that also flags individuals, because it lets you register with your citizenship card or your identification card. And that being said, when you register, it flags you in the system for news or anything about you. That means you have previously indulged in any illicit anti-money laundering or criminal activity as well. So these are some of the things.
Audience, so that we don't eat into the tea break, our panel will be available. You can ask your question. You meet them. I mean, it's a conference. It's also a place to network, so you can meet them and ask your questions. Is that Madam Gifty? But there's one question from online that I would just want to ask briefly, and then we'll put an end to it, and you can meet the panel during the tea break and ask your question. This question is coming from Priscilla Vera Edu. She's asking, with the Momo fraud ongoing in Ghana today, what are some of the measures fintech have put in place to either prevent or protect customers who fall victim to fraud? Nanama, I think you want to touch that just briefly, and we'll put an end to it.
Right. So with our algorithms and the blockchain analytics, we're able to trace where the money is coming from and where it's being sent to and the likes like that, and when it was sent, the days and all that. So yes, with Momo fraud being prevalent, I believe that's one of the fears we extending cross-border to other countries, Ghana, Nigeria. People are thinking this is going to promote, but that is not the case. For our company, we are not going to be customer-facing. The telcos are going to be customer-facing, but then with our blockchain technology, we're able to trace where the money is coming from and where it's going. So in instances of fraudulent activities, we're able to trace and then do the necessary reversal if needed. What usually causes an issue is that sometimes you can trace everything, but then due to policies in these two countries, the person who is frauding you has to permit for the money to be reversed. If not, it has not been done. So I think when it comes to regulations, policies, and frameworks, these are certain things countries can look at, to modify and then make things better.
Thank you very much. I've seen there are a lot of hands up there. Lali, are we able to take more, to interact with the panel once we go on break? Sure. Thank you very much, distinguished guests and my panel. Thank you very much for contributing to this critical conversation. And that brings us to the first session of today. A round of applause for my panel, ladies and gentlemen. Good picture.
Hello. Thank you so much to our panelists and our moderator. Please, let's give them a round of applause. We can do better. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. At this juncture, we are going for a short coffee break. We'll try and make it very, very, very short so that we can come back in time. We have 10 minutes, and I'll see you soon. Thank you so much. Clap for yourself. Thank you. Thank you.
I want to take this opportunity to invite all of you.
Please, the coffee break is outside as you exit, and it's just in front of you. Thank you.
This year marks the 8th edition of this important media event. This year, we are focusing on digital public infrastructure and journalism in Africa. In other words, the role of journalism in advancing digital public infrastructure in Africa. We've chosen to focus on this because we are at an era where digitalization is the driver of global development. Whether you are talking about your digital ID card, or you are talking about your financial payments, fintechs, or digital payments, or data exchanges, we are talking about digital public infrastructure. And we think that it is important to educate our people, to create awareness, to ensure that the rollout and adoption of digital public infrastructure, or DPI for short, is inclusive, is transparent, and is rights respecting. So we are inviting all those in the fintech ecosystems, governments who are rolling out digital public infrastructure, aspects like digital IDs and data exchange companies, to join us for 2 days of meaningful conversations on October 9 and 10, and for a grand award ceremony on October 11, where we will recognize excellence in journalism from within West Africa and beyond. I want to take this opportunity to invite all of you to the 8th edition of West Africa's biggest media event. This year marks the 8th edition of this important media event. This year, we are focusing on digital public infrastructure and journalism in Africa. In other words, the role of journalism in advancing digital public infrastructure in Africa. We've chosen to focus on this because we are at an era where digitalization is the driver of global development. Whether you are talking about your digital ID card, or you are talking about your financial payments, fintechs, or digital payments, or data exchanges, we are talking about digital public infrastructure. And we think that it is important to educate our people, to create awareness, to ensure that the rollout and adoption of digital public infrastructure, or DPI for short, is inclusive, is transparent, and is rights respecting. So we are inviting all those in the fintech ecosystems, governments who are rolling out digital public infrastructure, aspects like digital IDs, and data exchange companies to join us for 2 days of meaningful conversations on October 9 and 10, and for a grand award ceremony on October 11, where we'll recognize excellence in journalism from within West Africa and beyond. I want to take this opportunity to invite all of you to the 8th edition of West Africa's biggest media event. This year marks the 8th edition of this important media event. This year, we are focusing on digital public infrastructure and journalism in Africa. In other words, the role of journalism in advancing digital public infrastructure in Africa. We've chosen to focus on this because we are at an era where digitalization is the driver of global development. Whether you are talking about your digital ID card, or you are talking about your financial payments, fintechs, or digital payments, or data exchanges, we are talking about digital public infrastructure. And we think that it is important to educate our people, to create awareness, to ensure that the rollout and adoption of digital public infrastructure, or DPI for short, is inclusive, is transparent, and is rights respecting. So we are inviting all those in the fintech ecosystems, governments who are rolling out digital public infrastructure, aspects like digital IDs, and data exchange companies to join us for 2 days of meaningful conversations on October 9 and 10, and for a grand award ceremony on October 11, where we'll recognize excellence in journalism from within West Africa and beyond. I want to take this opportunity.
I want to invite to like our social media pages and follow us. We are on Facebook. We can do that in 10 seconds, can't we? Let's start with Facebook. We are on Facebook. You can look for Media Foundation for West Africa on Facebook. Please follow us. I'm going to confirm with my comms team if we are registering people who are following us. So I'm observing all of you. Yes. Sir, are you following us on Facebook? I'm talking about you, Usman. All right, please, let's follow Media Foundation's page on Facebook. You can share the post. You can also tag us. You can use the WAMECA hashtag, WAMECA 2025 or WAMECA 25. We are also on X. You can also follow us on X, which was formerly Twitter. And we are on LinkedIn as well. The same name, Media Foundation for West Africa. So if you are interested, you can register at the information desk on your right as you exit. I can see some people are very excited about it. Then let's clap for Media Foundation. Thank you so much. And a big thank to our sponsor. This would not have been possible if not for their support. We will be starting soon. Accountability. And please help me make welcome our moderator in the name of Madam Dora Boama Mauto, the director of the Freedom of Expression Program and Digital Rights Program at the Media Foundation for West Africa. Please, let's give her a very big round of applause. You're welcome, Dora. I give you the floor. Thank you so much.
Good morning. Okay, thank you, Team Media Foundation. And thank you, Team Freedom of Expression and Digital Rights. It's good to know you are there. We are going to do this together. Okay, good morning once again. I'm really glad to see all of you. And for those online, it's a pleasure to meet all of you. As mentioned, my name is Dora. We just keep it as that. It's as simple. It's going to look at safety of journalists and political accountability. And if you all remember, especially from yesterday, those who were here, right from the opening ceremony through some of the sessions that we held, we talked about the critical role that journalists play in promoting digital public infrastructure. And not just that, in all sectors of every economy, the media and journalists have a critical role to play. Particularly when it comes to the issue of digital public infrastructure, as we were talking about it from yesterday, we are talking about awareness creation, and the media is key in doing that. We are talking about journalists having to share success stories, having to raise challenges for both government and industry players to take care of that. And journalists are very critical when it comes to those issues as well. And then one important thing that we kept talking about was the need to ensure accountability in all these issues around digital public infrastructure. And as we know, the issue of accountability transcends DPI. It's about every aspect of every economy. So from the illicit financial flows that we were talking about earlier, to issues of human rights, to governance, core governance issues, journalists, journalism, media are critical in holding the duty bearers to account. I heard that another journalist was detained unfairly. And probably you have also heard, maybe if you are in Ghana, that some journalists also face frivolous legal harassment, particularly in the form of strategic litigation against public participation, which is SLAP. And why are journalists being beaten? Why are they being treated unfairly? Why are they being pursued legally? Simply because they are doing their jobs. They are working. They are asking the right questions on our behalf, and they are asking duty bearers to be transparent and accountable to us, and that is their crime. How can journalists continue to do their work in a safe environment whilst performing their watchdog roles, asking the questions on our behalf, and ensuring that the people we've put in the helm of affairs are being accountable to us, and managing the limited resources that we all have equitably for the benefits of all? Those are some of the questions we are going to discuss now. And so I would kindly request that you join me with a round of applause as I welcome the panelists for this session. I'll start from the far east of West Africa, from Guinea-Bissau. We have Mr. Diamantino Domingo Lopez. He is the General Secretary of Sinjotex, and Sinjotex is the professional media body in Guinea-Bissau. Please, let's welcome him with a round of applause. And as he comes, Diamantino, kindly come up stage. And then we also invite Ms. Ayomide Eweji from Nigeria. So I'll say she is from, let's say, the far west of West Africa. No, the far east of West Africa. And then Guinea-Bissau, far east, west of West Africa, depending on where you are sitting and how you are reading your map. From where I'm sitting and I'm reading my map, Guinea-Bissau is at the farthest west of West Africa. And Nigeria is at the farthest east of West Africa. So let's welcome Ayomide from Nigeria. She's a program officer at the Media Rights Agenda. Then we are also going to have on this panel the CEO and founder of Tuwindi. And he's in the person of Mr. Tidiane Togola. And he is coming from, let me say, the northern part of West Africa. From Mali, to be specific. Then we have, for this panel, Isabella Alduenda. And she is from Free Press Unlimited, senior project officer. And she is coming from the Netherlands. Okay, I think we have a very fair representation for this panel. I think Diamantino will join us very soon. So like I said, we kind of have some kind of triangular representation of West Africa here. The northern part, the eastern, the western. And we are going to have a fair idea of what is happening across the region. And I'll probably start with Monsieur Tidiane. Kindly just give us a fair idea of the safety of journalists situation in Mali and how that is impacting the work they do, and also in terms of contributing to governance issues and generally the promotion of rights.
Merci beaucoup, Dora. Bonjour tout le monde. Et merci pour votre question concernant la situation des journalistes au Mali et en général dans la région du Sahel. Les journalistes aujourd'hui vivent dans une situation qui est assez fragile en termes de sécurité. Et c'est là parce qu'ils sont dans des régions qui traversent des contextes assez particuliers, notamment des contextes de transition qui sont des transitions parfois militaires. Donc les défis sont très élevés en termes de sécurité, en termes de protection, mais aussi en termes même de liberté d'expression d'une manière générale, parce que cela se passe de manière assez musclée concernant les journalistes. Donc l'accès à l'information d'une manière générale est un défi très complexe pour les journalistes. Cela dit, malgré ces contraintes extrêmement difficiles, tout n'est pas noir, le tableau n'est pas complètement noir, parce qu'on trouve quand même des organes de médias qui, malgré les contraintes, essayent de produire et de faire du journalisme professionnel. Évidemment, ce n'est pas facile pour eux, parce qu'en le faisant, ils se mettent en danger et ils sont souvent persécutés parce que simplement ils font leur travail. Donc la situation est très difficile.
Maybe if I may continue with you, I know you talked about Mali, but I think, like I said, Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, and of course Mali. And how do you think, given the political situation in these countries, journalists can some way, somehow, maneuver these challenges you've just outlined and still get the government to be accountable?
Pour obliger les dirigeants à rendre compte de ce qui se passe, évidemment, moi je pense qu'il faut que les journalistes travaillent en réseau. C'est extrêmement important d'être plus innovants dans leur approche. Notamment, essayer d'interpeller sur des sujets qui sont les sujets du quotidien. Par exemple, le panier de la ménagère, il faut interpeller sur ça. Il faut interpeller sur tous les sujets qui touchent directement aux citoyens. Maintenant, il y a des sujets qui sont un peu plus difficiles, mais c'est d'éviter surtout de travailler en silo. Ça, c'est très dangereux. Et également, d'utiliser de manière innovante les technologies disponibles, que ce soit les réseaux sociaux, que ce soit d'autres plateformes. Il faut absolument que les journalistes passent par ce système-là. Sans ça, ça va être extrêmement compliqué. Mais évidemment, il faut aussi qu'ils travaillent dans le cadre des réseaux, questionner sur des questions qui sont très difficiles et pousser les autorités à rendre compte de leurs pratiques. Cela dit, que ce soit le Mali, le Niger, le Burkina, le Tchad, en tout cas toute la zone du Sahel, obliger, à l'instant où nous sommes, obliger les autorités à être redevables directement, c'est clair que sur certaines thématiques, c'est extrêmement difficile. C'est extrêmement difficile. Par exemple, sur les questions de sécurité, beaucoup d'informations sont simplement retenues, considérées comme secret défense et tout. Et les journalistes doivent, je le disais tantôt, travailler pas forcément au sein du même pays, mais aussi même à l'extérieur de la région. C'est-à-dire que les journalistes du Sahel ont plus que jamais besoin de leurs collègues qui sont hors Sahel pour pouvoir couvrir et pousser les autorités à plus de redevabilité.
Thank you. I have so many follow-up questions. Because, for instance, you are talking about the need for networks, solidarity, and all that. But, for instance, you know, in Burkina Faso, the Journalists Association, for instance, was more like dissolved. And so if it is dissolved, like, what can they do? But I think I would leave that as you think about it and go to Diamantino. Welcome, Diamantino. And I just want you to give us a fair idea. Just create the scene for us, the situation in Guinea-Bissau when it comes to safety of journalists conditions. Did you get the translation?
Bonjour. Bien, la situation des journalistes en Guinée-Bissau, c'est très préoccupant. Parce que dans les dernières 5 ans, on a été passé pour beaucoup de situations qui compromettaient la liberté de presse et d'expression. Un exemple concret, c'est la radio Capitale, qui était passée pour des moments qu'on dénominait des attaques terroristes. Les matériaux des institutions s'étaient tout détruits pour les gens, que jusqu'à maintenant, il n'y a pas d'investigation pour identifier les gens qui font ça. L'autre situation avec les journalistes, il y a beaucoup de situations de violence physique contre les journalistes. L'autre situation, c'est la précarité, la situation financière des journalistes et des organes de communication sociale. C'est pas grand-chose. Tout ça influence les manipulations, la domination pour le secteur politique. Ce sont les situations qu'on passait. Et Synjotex, c'est une organisation qui travaillait pour la défense des intérêts des journalistes. On fait beaucoup de démarches avec notre partenaire pour supérer ce problème. Media Foundation, c'est un partenaire technique. On travaille pendant 3 à 4 ans pour améliorer la situation des journalistes. On développé le projet de promouvoir la liberté de presse et accès à l'information de qualité. L'objectif de ce projet, c'est pour mobiliser les relations pacifiques entre les journalistes et les acteurs étataux. Et on crée les mécanismes d'alerte précoce de violence contre les journalistes. Il y a beaucoup d'institutions qui font partie de ce mécanisme. Ministère de Défense, ministère de l'Intérieur, police judiciaire, Cour suprême, tout ministère de communication sociale. On produit un document qui définit comment des violences contre les journalistes. Mais jusqu'à...
Journalists are kind of. Okay, I think I'll move on from Diamantino as he gets his
persistent in Nigeria presently. With the current administration, we find out that state actors are now doing more crimes against journalists. And this is because we have weak institutional protection for journalists and mechanisms for all of these judgments, right? And then the recent administration, the present administration, is not doing too much to protect journalists. We are not seeing the rights of journalists, the safety of running us the way it should be, right? So it is not very strong in Nigeria presently.
Facing the region. I know you somehow know, but it's like first-hand narratives about what is happening across our region. A lot about protecting journalists. What are some of the support mechanisms you have in place to support journalists from West Africa and these countries in particular?
Support journalists, media workers, press freedom advocates that are facing an emergency or a risky situation with the financial support mainly, but also with advice, referrals to other organizations to overcome or to support them this media worker can apply via our website. This is a resource that is available, so I invite you all to consult it and check in case you eventually need it. And part of the mandate, what this support can offer, can cover one of the risks that my colleagues already mentioned. We have a preventive pillar that can support initiatives or the implementation of preventive measures, like trainings, for example, related to safety, personal protective equipment. Many of the requests we have for this, of course, come from conflict areas. VPNs for digital protection or relocation sometimes before the publication of an investigation or a piece. Separately, our program also covers protection issues that have to do more with the relocation when the journalist is already facing the risk or is facing threats. We can cover the relocation and also living expenses for this. The fund also includes the family members because we know, for example, when journalists are imprisoned and they are the only breadwinners of a family, the family remains unprotected. So then the grants can also go to family members. Legal support, some of you were already mentioning about the SLAPs. So for legal representation for journalists facing persecution or any form of legal intimidation. Medical assistance when for injuries that were sustained under the course of their work. And finally, we can also cover equipment, but when it has been confiscated or they lost it in an event related to their work. So this is a bit of our mandate. Of course, all of this needs to be related to the journalistic work or come as a consequence of their activities.
Thank you very much. I think it sounds very holistic in terms of the kind of support that you can give out to endangered journalists. Just to ask, do you also at some point engage government in terms of advocacy when journalists are attacked?
For some cases, we do, but yes, I think we are a bit limited on that. For some cases, we try to do some advocacy, but yes, it's not. Yeah, we are working with few cases on that.
I understand. I think largely you provide the support to the journalists, affected journalists directly, and then at some point when it becomes necessary, then you engage in terms of advocacy with the government. Let me come to Ayumde. So Free Press Unlimited can support from where they are. You talked about the issue of impunity, and you talked about the fact that the current government, maybe they see it more like, yeah, it's the media, it's their issue, let them find a way to deal with it. Since the state does not appear to be, quote and unquote, that interested in securing the safety of journalists, what do you think journalists themselves and media support organizations like yours can do and should do to ensure that journalists remain safe while they carry out their duties and hold those same duty bearers accountable?
Okay, so for journalists first, I think that journalists need to make noise about their safety, because we've discovered that in Nigeria, for instance, now, when a journalist is under attack, making noise helps. If a journalist is being harassed, if they are arrested, we have social media to thank for that now. We can make noise on social media even when we work behind the scenes to help the journalist. Making noise on social media shakes the government, right? So they answer us. And then for media support organizations, we need collaborations. For instance, my organization, MRA, we provide legal support at no cost to journalists. We have organizations that does relocation support, for instance, that does psychological support in case you've experienced trauma in the course of your work. So collaborations between support organizations and journalists would help journalist safety. And then we also need trainings and capacity buildings, right? Because while doing their work, journalists need to understand how to keep themselves safe too. So we're talking about keeping yourself safe physically, because at the end of the day, even when you want to break a story, even when you want to get a story out, it shouldn't be at the cost of your life. So capacity building and training to understand the physical safety part of your work and the digital safety, because now we understand that these threats are not more physical anymore. We also now have digital harassment, we also have privacy breach and all of that. So capacity building and collaboration basically is essential.
I like what you said about the need for solidarity from the community. From the Media Foundation for West Africa, you all know our work, but I just want to mention that sometimes a journalist is attacked, and then you issue a statement, and the media is silent. No one is talking about the fact that their own colleague has been attacked. Maybe in very rare occasions where it becomes probably a topical issue, then you would have, okay, other media houses talking about the attack against this other person from that other station or that media house. Otherwise, it's like, it's their business. Let them deal with it. And I think it's a very important point you raised, that we need to have that solidarity within the media fraternity, that when it happens to A, it's a signal that it is coming to you next. And for that reason, we must come together and then fight against it. Monsieur Togola, I find it difficult when I have to ask about the situation in the Sahelian countries, also because they are all under military rule. But how can media support organizations, civil society organizations, and the media themselves, I know they are somewhat endangered, how can they work together and some way, somehow, ensure the security of journalists, ensure that perpetrators are brought to book, and ensure that even though the government is probably, and in quotes, anti-democratic, they can still provide safeguards for journalists?
Eh bien, merci beaucoup. Moi, je pense que, quelle que soit la situation, il faut avoir des mesures assez fortes en termes de plaidoyer et aussi de solidarité. Déjà, concernant même le gouvernement, hein, les acteurs étatiques, ils ont une certaine responsabilité, et les fêtières de médias tels que la maison de la presse ou d'autres organisations de ce type doivent engager des actions pour que les acteurs qui sont en place prennent déjà conscience que le respect du droit d'accès à l'information est une manière moderne et fondamentale pour pouvoir avancer dans l'agenda de la démocratie. Même si les régimes en place sont des régimes militaires, mais quand même, le peuple, qu'on le veut ou pas, a un parcours démocratique. Je veux dire, les générations qui sont là aujourd'hui, c'est des générations qui sont les générations nées de l'ère de la démocratie. Et aussi, ceux qui sont en train de diriger aujourd'hui sont des enfants, même s'ils sont militaires, c'est des enfants de l'ère de la génération démocratique, et donc qui fait qu'ils ne sont pas totalement insensibles à cela. La deuxième chose, c'est aussi de regarder le cadre juridique qui existe. Il faudrait, parce que même si aujourd'hui nous sommes dans des cadres, dans des contextes militaires, mais quelque chose nous a entraînés vers ce contexte militaire. Donc moi, je pense qu'il ne faut pas baisser les bras, notamment les acteurs de la société civile qui ont encore un peu voix au chapitre, et de regarder là où l'autocensure ne doit pas s'appliquer. Parce que moi, je peux comprendre que pour ta vie, tu t'appliques l'autocensure, mais lorsque le sujet est fondamentalement important et pour tout le monde, alors il ne faudrait pas faire de l'autocensure. Donc notamment, cela doit intervenir sur les aspects d'élaboration des textes de loi qui doivent être un cadre juridique protecteur pour tous ceux qui viennent sur l'espace médiatique. Une prise de conscience fondamentale sur les créateurs de contenu. Aujourd'hui, c'est les créateurs de contenu qui sont majoritairement écoutés. Au Mali, on les appelle vidéoman. Dans d'autres horizons, ils ont certainement d'autres appellations. Mais il faudrait les mobiliser. Donc, tant qu'il n'y a pas un cadre holistique où l'ensemble des acteurs qui sont d'abord considérés comme ceux-là qui sont persécutés, que eux, ils comprennent que ce n'est pas forcément je veux dire, ce n'est pas la peur qui est grave. Tout le monde a peur. Mais ce qui importe, c'est le courage, mais pas le courage aveugle pour mourir. Il s'agit d'avoir le courage de réclamer et de proclamer ses droits, d'avoir une solidarité forte entre société civile, acteurs de médias, défenseurs de droits humains, mais aussi les confrères qui sont en dehors de ces localités. C'est seulement à partir de ces aspects qu'on va pouvoir arriver à quelque chose. Et pour finir, c'est d'expliquer à ceux qui dirigent qu'il ne s'agit pas d'une opposition au pouvoir, mais qu'il s'agit d'une construction et d'une responsabilité collective pour le bien-être public. C'est à partir de cet instant seulement qu'on va commencer à avoir un espace de construction qui puisse aller plus loin.
Okay, so it's more like we have to educate them, the military rulers, so that they understand where we are coming from. Yes, so he's just adding that then we also have to have some dialogues with them. My concern is if they are not open, okay, the military rulers are not open, and when people speak and it goes against them or they find it unfavorable, they find a way to silence them. At what point would a dialogue work? And at what point, I don't know, but I'm finding it very difficult. I find the situation a little bit difficult for the journalists. And so I want to find out from you, are there some institutions in the country that, let's say, the military government still pays attention to? They listen to them, okay? Such that the media community could possibly collaborate or work through such institutions to get their message across to the powers that be. Because even though you say they were born during democratic dispensations, as it is now, they are not practicing it. Okay. So are there some institutions that the media community could work through and with to get the military rulers to create a more favorable space, landscape, so that journalists can do their work? I don't think journalism is just about praise singing and reporting events. It's also about asking the right questions, demanding accountability. You take taxes from us, you are earning this, and there's this royalty here and all that. What are you using it for? How is it benefiting me? I should be able to ask that. And if that is not possible, then how can we go about it? That is one side, sorry. And then the other side is, how can we again work through such institutions to ensure that the attacks against journalists, the impunity that persists or exists, not just in Mali, across all the West African countries, can be addressed?
Well, today it's very complicated to say, okay, this is an organization you can just get, be confident in because of the situation. But there is space to discuss. There is space to talk to our authority. One thing is really very important for, both media organization and civil society organization, particularly for media umbrella organization. They should convince their colleagues first to be very professional. This is the first element to be. And also, they need that solidarity when, for example, there is any type of like they can attack against journalists or any other media professional, media player, it's really important. Now, you are weak only when you are alone. That's clear. If you are alone, then you can be sure that in case of attack, you will be just destroyed. But when you are working together, like you are united, then you will be able to face to that type of challenge. And you can talk to the leaders, they will be open to listen to you. When, one, you are professional. Second, you are not attacking them for the sake of who they are, but for the reason you are not against them personally. You are talking about subject. 3, they know you are united for your cooperation. That's how you can kind of open the space. And a single journalist himself cannot do that. That's why I keep saying there is the need of being united. There is a need of having support, not only within the country, but also abroad, outside the country. There is also a need to let them know it's not because we are afraid, but it's because we are doing this because it's our work and you're not gonna put everybody into the jail. That is something that's very, very, very important. See, no one will bring back transparency or democracy alone. Today, the key element is to be united and to be very, very professional and to have the very good support.
Thank you. You talk about 3 main things. The need for unity and a united front, and then also support from external players so that the fight or the advocacy is not just left to the indigenes of the country, but and probably because they are more endangered, if there are more voices from outside, then it makes their case even stronger. And then also the issue of professionalism, which I agree to professionalism, except that if a government wants to be mischievous, anything and everything a journalist does could easily be misinterpreted as unprofessional. But I think we can leave it here. At least we have these 3 to work with. Okay, Diamantino, I think the situation in Guinea-Bissau, as you described, probably is similar to everywhere, and particularly maybe to the Malian situation. Again, the same question. What do you think the media community can do in terms of ensuring their safety, in terms of demanding safeguards from government, and also what civil society or the media community can do, and if there are specific institutions that the government listens to that we could leverage in terms of getting them on board, then I think you can also share that.
Ok. Bien, je pense que c'est nécessaire, premièrement, la solidarité entre la communauté des médias. Et après, la société civile, qui était le groupe de pression sur la gestion des activités socioculturelles, elle peut aussi faire le plaidoyer pour mobiliser en relation pacifique entre les journalistes et les acteurs stataux. Mais le problème, par exemple, dans notre contexte, c'est les journalistes militants. Ça, c'est un grand problème. Quand les journalistes étaient défenseurs des acteurs politiques, cette situation créer les défis en termes de protection des journalistes aussi. Ça, c'est l'autre problème qu'on passait. Mais l'autre chose, par exemple, à notre contexte, il y a des partenaires nationaux, des acteurs des médias, qui ont travaillé ensemble pour garantir la protection des journalistes. La formation, la capacitation technique, c'est une valeur intéressante pour supérer cette situation. Parce que l'absence de formation, c'est l'autre problème qu'on passe. La question de respecter les codices éthiques et déontologiques, c'est l'autre problème. Parce que quand le journaliste il fait son travail avec tous ces éléments, c'est difficile de passer pour cette situation. Ça, c'est l'autre chose qu'on identifiait. Quand les journalistes ne respectent pas la question éthique, il n'est pas objectif dans son activité professionnelle, cette situation, c'est évident. On passe pour le problème de violence parce que c'est une guerre entre les journalistes et les autorités. Surtout quand les autorités, il était les idées que cette journaliste, il a des relations avec l'autre groupe politique. Ce sont les problèmes qu'on passe. Pour supérer ça, on était développer les actions de sensibilisation. Dans ce moment, à Bissau, il passe un programme qui est le Café Journaliste. Dans cet espace, on parlait sur les thématiques contextuelles, avec l'objectif de passer le message aux journalistes, parce que c'est important que les raisons, c'est de notre part. On fait ce travail de sensibilisation constamment pour minimiser ce problème. Mais la solidarité, c'est important. C'est tout que dans ce moment, on n'est pas. Parce que l'environnement politique, c'est très compliqué. Parce qu'il y a des courants, à gauche et à droite. Et les journalistes, son rôle est de neutralité. Mais en beaucoup de cas, cette situation n'est pas observée, ces problèmes. Parce que ce sont les diagnostics qu'on fait des contextes et on travaille pour améliorer la situation. Le message qu'on passe à la journaliste, à les organes de communication sociale, c'est pour travailler avec les objectifs et respect sur la profession et tout ça.
Thank you. So solidarity comes again and professionalism comes again. But what about the government also being accountable for the attacks against journalists? How is that playing out in Guinea-Bissau?
Premièrement, c'est pour garantir la sécurité. Et combattre l'impunité. Parce que tous les cas de violation des libertés de presse attaquent les journalistes et les organes de communication sociale. Il n'y a pas une investigation pour identifier les acteurs. Parce que le rôle du gouvernement, c'est pour créer les conditions pour combattre les impunités contre le crime qui a été fait à journalistes et les organes de communication sociale. Ça peut minimiser ce comportement. Parce que quand l'impunité est très grande, la situation de violation va continuer, aller continuer. Parce que ce sont les responsabilités du gouvernement, créer les conditions d'un environnement de sécurité pour activités journalistes.
Okay, thank you. I have a question, and I guess the question goes to maybe everyone here, and not just the panelists. So we've talked about impunity. You mentioned it. You mentioned it, and he's talked about it. And then you made the important point about the fact that for majority of the instances, the perpetrators are actually state security agencies or state actors. It is actually in the business of writing about some state issue, some government issue, that journalists get attacked. Now, when they are attacked, they have to report the incident to maybe, for instance, in Ghana, the Ghana Police Service. Okay. If the attack was by a police officer or any other state security agency or agent, and actually it was, let's say, something about government that the journalist was working on or writing about, that ended up being, for the journalist to be assaulted by this security agent, how is a journalist supposed to get justice? And I'm leaving that question to everyone here. I'll come back to you in a minute or two to pick your responses and also to pick your questions. But before then, I just want to go back to Isabel on the issue of capacity building, because Ayomide talked about it and Diamantino has also mentioned, which is very important. I just want to know if, like, you have periodic sessions you run where journalists can just probably know and then they come on board, or the media support organizations rather reach out to you and then organize the media, and then you provide the training and possibly equipment and any other support that you can offer. I just wanted to clarify that. And then once you are done, we'll just go and pick responses to the question I asked, and then your questions as well.
Okay, thank you. We do not provide the trainings in-house because I think we believe in initiatives that are adapted to the context, and it's better having trainers that know what are the main risks journalists are facing. But what we do is provide the financial support to conduct these initiatives. Either media houses can apply and reach out to us. Also, support organizations that are working with different media houses or different journalists can do so. And in terms of trainings and capacity building, maybe I would like to mention an initiative Free Press Unlimited has, that is an online course platform called Totem, where journalists and human rights defenders, the media workers can find some tools and courses online related to safety, how to be safe online, how to be safe while reporting, etc. So that's the way we contribute also with the idea of prevention. So that's available for everyone. It's available also in different languages, but also in terms of the resources, we are open to discuss initiatives that involve trainings.
Thank you. No, don't put the mic down yet. I think I just want to ask a question probably that some of the journalists here would want to ask. So if a journalist is in danger, can they reach out to you directly, or they must work through maybe a media support organization, or it has to go through, for instance, their media house before you can provide some support, or they can reach out to you directly?
No, journalists can reach out directly to us, but part of our process implies a verification of the information. So that's when we come to organizations like the Media Foundation and other support organizations just to verify the identity of the person that is applying, the journalist, to gather more information about their work, and if they have any information about the incident. So they do not need to come, support organizations can apply also on behalf of them, but it's definitely, I think it's more common for us to receive applications and requests from individual cases or journalists. Yeah.
Thank you. So if you have just joined us here at Alisa, or if you are online, just joining us online, I mean, we are discussing the issue of safety of journalists and political accountability. And we have a question on the floor for everyone to respond to. And that is, if violations against journalists are being perpetrated largely by state actors, particularly state security agencies or agents, and journalists are supposed to get redress or justice, starting from these same entities, how can they get the justice, and how can we probably work around it to ensure that we get justice? So you can put your responses online if you are there. And then here, I'm sure I'm going to take some, if you can raise your hand, if you have a response to this question, I'll be grateful. So maybe I can take about 2 or 3 responses to this particular question, and then I would ask for your questions and your contributions. So I see, okay, so I will call on Dr. Ayesi, then Emiola, Evelyn, Cap, forgive me, Brima, and then you. So there are 5 responses. Please keep it straight and short, so that the others can have their turn, and then we can have the questions. We start with Dr. Isi, yes.
Okay. So part of my response rests with what I think Ayomide mentioned about advocacy. But I think that it's important that we emphasize that journalists themselves should be advocating for themselves. We advocate, or they advocate for everybody else except themselves. I think that part of the answer also rests with the way we frame the question, and this is what I mean. If the issue of safety of journalists, we frame it as a human rights issue, perhaps the solutions that we are getting will be a little different. And this is what I mean. I'm a teacher. Imagine if I set difficult questions and students decide that because this exam is too difficult, I'm going to beat up Aurelia. It's unheard of, right? But for some reason, it is okay for journalists to get assaulted when they are asking difficult questions, or perhaps they don't even ask the question in the sort of right type of tone. And so that self-advocacy, that also frames the issues that we are talking about as a human rights issue. I have a right to perform my job as a journalist without having to be slapped or beaten or kicked. If perchance the way I ask the question is even not professional, Then there comes in the capacity building, training, etc., so that I'm able to ask the questions in a more professional way. For me, I think framing the question, the issue as a human rights issue is also very important. Thank you.
Thank you. Emiola. Philip, please, to the lady by here.
Thank you very much. I think the way that journalists can go about reporting assault is not just first to go to the police, since we are talking about state actors being behind this. So I think the first thing is to go to your journalist organization, because there are cases whereby you are assaulted or attacked, and then you go to the police and you were detained and you are accused of something else. So to be on a safer side, I would suggest that if you find yourself being attacked, you go to your own group, go to your union, make the complaint, and let them take it up from there, instead of you going alone. You may not come back.
Okay, thank you. But that actually should not even happen in a democratic society. So I'll come to Evelyn, CPJ.
I just had some points regarding this even before you asked the question. So the first thing for me is perception. How does the media take cases of attacks against the press? You mentioned something earlier, that a journalist is arrested or detained or harassed or whatever it is that happens to them, and then an organization like the Media Foundation for West Africa releases a statement, and that statement sometimes doesn't even make, so in some media organizations, I'll make examples with the ones I know, where we have various categories of stories, and sometimes it doesn't even make the last category, the least category. I feel that we have come to the point where if a case is about a journalist being arrested, and we're going to talk about it even on a news platform, it should not be something that is least categorized, in the first place. It should be written in a manner that anybody who goes to that website or who sees who picks up your newspaper knows that there's a serious matter here. A lot of times we don't do that. And unless we learn to define ourselves the way we want people to, to take us, we will not come to the point where even, especially state actors, will take us seriously. And then the other point, of course, I was going to mention is about, diplomatic aggression. I'm not talking about the mob kind of action now. But silence is never the answer. When we feel afraid or discouraged, we should not give up and just keep quiet, or allow maybe the sentiments of some people who really do not understand what it means when a journalist is attacked to deter us. If we collaborate collectively, I'll make an example with something that happened in Nigeria in 2016. A journalist was arrested. I'm not going to mention his name now because I haven't had this conversation with his lawyer, and the safety of the journalist is very, very important for us. We don't want to be bringing this matter back to the purview of the government. But in 2016, a journalist was arrested. And at the first instance, authorities even said they didn't have him. We continued to ask. We continued to talk about it. We continued to collaborate with media organizations. And with that collaboration, more people were talking about it. And at a point, okay, they agreed that they had him, but then they said he wasn't a journalist. And then at a conference like this, CPJ and some other organizations made it a point of duty that the face of that journalist, the voice, we had one voice. In a program that was so widely covered, we had one voice saying we wanted him released. It was very shortly after that conference that the journalist was released. There was a charge against him, but eventually, nothing has even happened to the journalist. The charge, how these cases against journalists just go. The authorities just forget about it, really, because they do not have an actual case against the journalist. So silence never is the answer.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And then we'll go to Brima from CAP.
Merci, Dora. Oui, en fait, c'est d'abord le lieu de remercier Media Foundation pour l'appui constant qu'il apporte à la CAP, parce que plusieurs fois, nous avons été dans des difficultés, et surtout pour, disons, une mobilisation financière. Parce qu'il faut dire qu'entre 2021 et 2024, le Sénégal a connu des moments troubles et les journalistes, beaucoup ont été arrêtés, d'autres traînaient devant la justice et il fallait une bonne mobilisation des acteurs. Et ce que nous avons eu à faire, et nous avons effectivement apporté la réplique qu'il fallait pour que les confrères soient libérés de prison. Et ça a été fait dans le cadre de la CAP. C'est un cadre d'action qui regroupe toutes les organisations faîtières des médias, les grandes organisations. Et donc, nous avons pu libérer les confrères qui étaient en prison. Et tout récemment encore, nous avions un programme très important. C'était une restitution des assises nationales des médias. Et nous devions le faire avec le gouvernement. Et à la dernière minute, le gouvernement s'est retiré et il voulait bloquer l'activité. Et donc là, il fallait trouver rapidement un partenaire pour que l'activité ne soit pas, disons, annulée. Et Media Foundation a répondu rapidement et nous avons pu tenir l'activité. Donc pour vous dire que parfois aussi, il faut un partenariat avec des organisations comme ça. Et surtout, aujourd'hui, l'arme des gouvernements, c'est vrai, c'est la prison, mais c'est beaucoup plus du point de vue de l'asphyxie financière, l'étouffement des entreprises pour, en tout cas, qu'elles soient vulnérables et que les journalistes soient dans une précarité, dans une pauvreté qui parfois les pousse à, disons, parfois ne pas trop respecter les règles d'éthique et de déontologie, et ce qui est quand même très déplorable. Donc, juste pour dire qu'en fait, il faut que dans nos différents pays, qu'il y ait une bonne organisation, mais aussi de bonnes stratégies. Mais le plus important, c'est aussi de respecter les règles d'éthique et de déontologie et d'être irréprochable sur le plan professionnel. Merci.
Okay, thank you. No, Philip, before you come to him, I see Monsieur Tidiane C at the back there. I think he wants to, because he's also from, I think, Senegal. So maybe we can add his. But please, let's keep the submissions short. This is just the feedback I'm soliciting from you, but I know you have your own questions. So if you can just wrap this up, then we can take your questions. So please, Monsieur C.
Thanks. Mine will be very short. It's about online harassment. We know that now the security of journalists, yes, there's a physical security, and I'm talking based on what's happening in Senegal, where we have a political party that is known for attacking journalists online. They have their supporters who would harass journalists online, and it's coordinated, it's very well targeted. It happens almost every now and then, let's say that way. So do your organizations take that into account in their advocacy or in the way they try to respond to attacks against journalists? Thank you.
Thank you. So that's a question. We'll come and answer it later. Kindly give the mic to him, and then we'll take the very last submission from Jojo on this particular issue, and then we'll...
Ok, moi j'ai deux petites questions. Ma question est adressée à Mme Isabelle Alduenda. Je demande, que faut-il faire au-delà de condamnations formelles et classiques? Quand un journaliste est arrêté, que faut-il faire? Quand on finit de faire des communiqués, on va au-delà. Parce que moi, en 2014, j'ai été arrêté. Les organisations de journalistes auxquelles j'appartenais ont fait des communiqués. D'autres amis ont mis ma photo en profil sur leurs différentes plateformes digitales, mis avec un ministre, pour que je sois libéré. Donc ma préoccupation, quand un journaliste est arrêté dans un pays, quand les organisations locales ou internationales font le communiqué ou condamnent de façon classique et formelle, qu'est-ce qu'il faut faire après? Parce qu'après la condamnation, le journaliste reste toujours aux mains des autorités. Ma seconde question est relative. Est-ce que la première sécurité du journaliste n'est-elle pas sa responsabilité dans le traitement de l'information. Parce que chez moi, on dit un chien vivant vaut mieux qu'un lion mort.
Sorry, I didn't get that question quite clear.
Donc, je disais que la dernière question, ok. Est-ce que la première sécurité du journaliste n'est-elle pas sa responsabilité dans le traitement de l'information? Parce que souvent, les gens pensent qu'ils sont journalistes, ils sont au-dessus des lois ou c'est les Superman. Alors qu'un proverbe dit un chien vivant vaut mieux qu'un lion mort.
Okay, I think I'll take some of these will be responded to by the panelists. So, okay, I think I don't see Jojo, so I'll just move on. Please, if you have a question, kindly raise your hand. Yeah, there's one from an online participant. So, I'll take Monsieur. I'm sorry, I should have actually asked you that you introduce yourself when you start, but probably because I mentioned the names. So I know he's from Benin, so he starts. Please, I saw a lady's hand there. That's number 2. And then the online participant, number 3. Okay, number 4, and that is the last. Thank you. Sorry, so we'll take all the questions, and then we'll try and respond to them, including the ones that were directly addressed to you. So once we take the questions, then you respond to them with your closing remarks, and then we can wrap up. Please go ahead.
D'accord, merci beaucoup. Moi, c'est Berger d'Or Radio du Bénin. Effectivement, je pense qu'il n'y a pas de solidarité sans moyens. Quand on prend les associations fêtières, effectivement, la solution se trouve peut-être véritablement au niveau des fêtières de presse. Mais quand vous prenez les cellules au niveau de ces fêtières-là, même les cellules juridiques et tout, ces cellules-là n'ont pas d'appui. Quand un journaliste est arrêté ou bien un journaliste est confronté à des ennuis judiciaires et qu'il faut mobiliser la presse pour soutenir ce confrère-là, ces associations se retrouvent face à des difficultés de personnes humaines compétentes pour pouvoir les aider dans ces situations-là. Donc moi, je pense qu'il faut effectivement que les partenaires, que ce soit de la société civile, les gouvernants peut-être, on ne peut pas beaucoup espérer. On ne peut pas espérer beaucoup de choses des gouvernants, mais au niveau de la société civile, peut-être des partenaires qui travaillent avec les médias, il faut véritablement soutenir les associations fêtières pour qu'elles puissent avoir les moyens juridiques, les personnes compétentes pour les accompagner quand un journaliste ou un confrère est arrêté. Et j'aimerais terminer effectivement en appuyant qu'il y a beaucoup de pays qui ne sont pas en guerre, qui ne sont pas en conflit, où il n'y a pas d'instabilité et où les journalistes sont asphyxiés économiquement, politiquement et tout, au niveau des conditions de vie et de travail. Il y a des journalistes qui sont très mal payés. Vous allez dans des États en Afrique de l'Ouest où vous demandez est-ce que le journaliste est payé au SMIC ou bien est-ce qu'il est payé en dessous du SMIC. Vous ne savez même pas qu'un journaliste qui a la licence, vous avez du mal à véritablement vous dire ce qu'il gagne comme subsistance. Donc, il y a toutes ces questions-là dont il faut tenir compte. Ce n'est pas la sécurité physique seulement du journalisme, mais il y a aussi la sécurité morale, la sécurité sociale et sur beaucoup d'autres plans. Merci.
Thank you very much for raising that point, especially the bit about the psychological security issues. So we'll come to questioner 2. Kindly just introduce yourself and then you can go ahead with your question.
Bonjour à tous, je me nomme Hélène Martello, je suis journaliste togolaise. Alors, ma question rejoint un tout petit peu le confrère de la Côte d'Ivoire qui parlait de comment faire si les journalistes sont arrêtés. Et moi, j'aimerais rebondir sur si ces journalistes-là sont renvoyés en exil, qu'est-ce qu'on peut faire? Ou encore l'autorité de régulation de la route, la RAC de chez nous, par exemple, qui suspend les médias pour 3 mois, pour 6 mois, par exemple. Qu'est-ce qu'on peut faire dans ce cas? Et en plus, il y a un panéliste qui parlait de dénoncer sur les médias sociaux. Mais chez nous, par exemple, quand tu es journaliste et que tu dénonces par les réseaux sociaux, ce n'est pas le code de la presse qui vous protège, mais plutôt c'est la code pénale qu'on vous applique quand vous exploitez les médias sociaux pour dénoncer les faits. Qu'est-ce qu'on peut faire dans ce cas? Merci.
Thank you. And then, yes. Oh, okay. So while you move the mic to him, let's pick the online question.
On a une question des participants en ligne. Ça va un peu dans le sens de la question qui vient juste d'être posée. Quand la volonté des politiques reste de museler la presse, quand la volonté des politiques de museler la presse reste la seule option d'un pouvoir en place, est-ce qu'on peut parler de démocratie sans une presse libre et en sécurité? Comment renforcer le lien entre la liberté de la presse et la sécurité des journalistes? Et les lois existantes suffisent-elles à garantir la sécurité des journalistes? Ce sont 3 questions en un texte. Merci.
Sorry, please take the first part again. The second part about the legal provisions, I think it's quite straightforward, but the relationship between the media house and then the government.
C'est plus, peut-on parler de démocratie sans une presse libre et en sécurité? Et ensuite, comment renforcer le lien entre la liberté de la presse et la sécurité des journalistes?
Okay. Okay, just take notes. You would respond to them. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Joyce. I'm a student journalist. Please, my question is, how can a journalist balance the need to report the truth with the need to protect themselves and their sources? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And, okay, I'll just give you the opportunity. So you are the last person.
My name is Patricia Siagevao, and I'm a journalist from Sierra Leone. I think this conversation is timely. However, I've personally witnessed where journalists, they fabricate stories just to, seek asylum in the Western countries. So now my question is, how can we, as journalists and press freedom advocates, build stronger internal accountability systems that protect victims, genuine victims, and discourage the manipulation of persecution narratives for personal gain? Thank you.
So when you talk about internal mechanisms, are you referring to the media organization,
Yes.
media associations?
Yes.
Okay, so more like self-regulation. Okay, thank you for your questions. So I'll come to the panel so that they provide responses to the questions that you've asked. A question was raised about online harassment and how they are handled. And then the issue about security of journalists going beyond the physical attacks to also the financial pressures and also the psychological issues. I'm just raising them so that when you take your turn, you can speak to them. And then the bit about when someone is exiled, how can the person be supported? And also the media that are suspended, how can those issues also be dealt with? And then where online harassment are not dealt with as defamation issues, but then are considered or they are treated as criminal libel. How do we go about that as well? The question about balancing safety of journalists and freedom of expression, I think we can speak to them and we can continue that conversation going. And last but not the least, the need for self-regulation. And also, how do we speak truth to power while staying safe, even in obviously unsafe environments? So I'll start with Diamantino, and then we'll continue from that order. You can speak to any of them. You don't have to speak to all. So any of the questions that have been raised, you can speak to them.
Ok. Ben, quand on parlait de sécurité des journalistes, trois aspects, c'est intéressant. Première, c'est les capacités d'identification des problèmes. Ça, c'est très important. Et après, les potentiels agresseurs à journalistes. Parce que quand on a les connaissances sur ça, on peut autoprotéger. Ça, c'est le premier aspect. Parce qu'avant les autres nous garantir la protection, nous sommes obligés de garantir notre protection dans différents contextes. L'autre chose, comment les journalistes peuvent garantir protection sur son données, ça c'est l'autre situation. C'est notre obligation travailler avec les objectifs. Parce que un aspect fondamental, c'est la construction c'est le processus de construction des carrières qui était très, très loin. Et dans ce cas, le professionnel de communication sociale doit travailler pour protéger son identité. Elle garantir la fiabilité en relation avec la société en général et aussi avec les autorités, je pense.
I know I said you all speak to the questions and then you answer, but what he just said, Diamantino, would trying to keep my professional identity include self-censorship? Okay, because if I just want to be seen and regarded in a particular way and appear to be a conformist and doing all that possibly government and whoever it is wants me to be, that is the identity I want to build for myself. And because of that, I don't want any issue with government or any authority. I want to just self-censor and write the things that will suit this agenda, this identity. Would we say that would be the best approach?
Ben, l'autocensure, c'est une situation que c'est une ressource. Quand le contexte n'est pas favorable pour les journalistes, on pensait dans le contexte de crise institutionnelle, crise de démocratie, on peut analyser très bien le contexte pour positionner des meilleures formes possibles. Parce que dans le déséquilibre, la force n'est pas la même. Il faut savoir que quand j'ai positionné de cette forme, les réactions de l'autre part peuvent on est capable de faire l'évaluation de qui va acontecer pour nous quand on fait on positionne de cette forme. L'autre censure, c'est une ressource. Quand le contexte n'est pas favorable pour les activités journalistes. En contexte d'impunité, en contexte d'agression, c'est pas facile de faire face à la militante ou bien les agents des autorités.
Dora, I want to speak to that. Don't worry. When it gets to you, you can speak to it. Okay, so you speak to that, and then you respond to some of the other questions, and then it's like that's your final remark. Yes, please, let's go.
Okay, so I don't think that you have to self-censor, right? I mean, you have to choose between being known for your work or being impactful. So you can choose to go under a pseudonym, for instance, now. So I don't have to be Ayomide Iweje to report on issues that would make impact, right? So I would say that instead of self-censoring, you can start reporting under a pseudonym if you feel like that would keep you more safe. Though, of course, we know that there are also things to that, right? You can be tracked, your IP address can be tracked and all of that. But then if you are to choose between being known,
Criminal law instead of defamation, any of them you want to speak to, you can just go ahead.
Okay, so for the mental part, right, as somebody that has also faced police harassment in the course of our work, I would say that for journalists, as you are doing your work, take care of your mental health. And this is like the person said, this is something that we don't really discuss. We discuss their physical safety, we discuss keeping safe, we discuss this, we discuss that. We don't talk about the mental impact of all of this. So, and then we also know that not many media houses or media organizations have mechanisms that support good mental health. So I would say personally, take care of your mental health. No job is worth your sanity, essentially. So find things that keep you sane. If it is watching a movie, if it's listening to music, if it is cooking, arranging your house, doing chores, find things that keep you sane as a journalist. And then somebody mentioned safety of freedom of expression and then keeping your sources. So part of the ethics of journalism is that you don't reveal your sources under any circumstances, except when it is now a national issue or something like that. So part of learning to be a journalist is to know that when you do your work, the hierarchy is when you want to report your story, the safety of your sources comes first, even before your safety, most times. And then somebody mentioned about journalists fabricating stories to seek asylum. I think that has to do with self-regulation, like you mentioned, and professionalism, right? No professional journalist would fabricate stories. You don't even need to fabricate stories to get asylum. You already do enough to seek for asylum, right? And I don't think that if you want to be a journalist that wants to make impact, you want to leave your country. That's what I think.
Okay, I think some of them can still be discussed further, but I'll come to Monsieur Tokola.
Merci beaucoup, Dora. Et juste avant de répondre aux questions, il faudrait déjà rappeler que les attaques auxquelles les journalistes font l'objet, ça ne vient pas que de l'État. Par exemple, quand on est dans la région du Sahel, aussi il y a les groupes terroristes qui ne veulent pas voir les journalistes travailler et montrer la vérité. Donc, ce qui fait que finalement, de tous côtés, le journaliste peut se trouver attaqué et sa sécurité est fortement, souvent menacée, quasiment partout dans notre région. Mais quelque chose est central, c'est aussi de bâtir la confiance parce que quand on regarde très bien, même votre question sur si, par exemple, on est l'objet d'attaque par les forces de l'ordre, donc par un système contrôlé par l'État, où est-ce qu'on va se reporter, à qui on va se reporter. C'est pour ça que c'est important de bâtir aussi, de reconstruire la confiance entre les institutions médiatiques et aussi les institutions gouvernementales. Tant qu'il n'y a pas cette confiance, c'est très difficile. Si on prend un exemple banal, aujourd'hui, nos autorités dans le Sahel, même certains sont de bonne foi, Mais simplement, ils n'ont pas confiance parce qu'ils estiment que les journalistes, les associations sont en train de dérouler un autre agenda. Ce qui crée et aggrave davantage une crise de confiance qui n'a que beaucoup trop duré. Maintenant, quand il y a arrestation, je pense que c'est Frédéric qui en parlait tout à l'heure, mais quand il y a arrestation, c'est là où on parlait de la question de la solidarité et de l'unité. Quand un journaliste est arrêté, il ne faut pas des campagnes éphémères. Il faut appuyer jusqu'à ce que la personne soit libérée et il faut appuyer, mais de manière logique. Mais on ne peut pas défendre l'indéfendable. Hein. Quand un journaliste est en faute, il faut que la profession elle-même s'auto-saisisse et fasse de telle sorte que les professionnels qui refusent de respecter les règles de jeu subissent directement le tribunal des pairs. Parce que c'est à partir de là aussi où ça devient un peu même compliqué pour l'État de vouloir s'en prendre à la profession, sachant qu'il y a un solide système d'autorégulation. D'ailleurs, Doura a parlé de la question d'autorégulation. L'autorégulation résout énormément de problèmes, renforce la confiance, crée un climat de professionnalisme et tout. Maintenant, le harcèlement en ligne, malheureusement, cher Tidiane, professeur, cher frère, l'harcèlement en ligne est une crise qui est là. Aujourd'hui, des gens, je veux dire des véritables usines de trolls existent pour s'attaquer, s'en prendre aux journalistes. C'est pour ça que la profession, les collègues doivent aussi servir et travailler à devenir une sorte de bouclier quand il y a un des confrères qui se trouve harcelé pour défendre sa cause et une fois de plus, des causes qui sont défendables. Il ne faut pas aller défendre des causes perdues où on sait clairement qu'en défendant quelqu'un qui est en faute, on ne fait que se compromettre soi-même. Je ne dis pas de sacrifier vos confrères, mais il faut les défendre. Et bon, il y a un truc qui a été soulevé, hein, la question...
Okay.
Oui, I'm just the last point. Concernant l'autocensure. Je vous assure, vous n'êtes journaliste que lorsque vous êtes vivant. Hein. Ça, il ne faut pas qu'on se trompe. Un journaliste, un activiste, un professionnel, quel que soit ton engagement, tu n'es que lorsque tu vis. Donc, dans certains cas, ne vous exprimez pas forcément vous-même. Je ne vous dis pas de ne pas travailler. Vous pouvez travailler, mais vous avez d'autres confrères qui ne sont peut-être pas au sein de votre pays, qui sont ailleurs. Si jamais vous prenez certains types de risques, votre courage va vous conduire dans une situation qui n'est pas souvent recommandée, souhaitable. Donc, il ne faut pas directement vous exprimer, mais essayez de vous appuyer sur vos collègues qui sont dans d'autres pays pour que vous fassiez votre travail, mais quand même, vous ne mettez pas votre vie en danger. Aujourd'hui, au Mali, au Burkina, au Niger, mais même pas que, même en Côte d'Ivoire ou au Sénégal, sur certains sujets, lorsque vous vous exprimez dessus, l'État peut s'en prendre à vous, les groupes de lobby peuvent s'en prendre à vous. Et lorsque vous perdez la vie, bon, les gens vont simplement mettre votre photo sur les profils et 2-3 jours après, on vous oublie. Et cela serait dommage.
Okay. I understand you, and the point is well made. So I think I'll take Isabel's responses
just
and final remarks.
Very briefly on some topics that I think I have an input. Regarding the mental support, I think this is a conversation that we've seen being more common in other regions. I don't know exactly how it looks here, but it's for sure something that is becoming more relevant for journalists since they are covering very sensitive topics. They are working in very extreme environments in terms of the political and economical situations. So taking care of our mental health is for sure something we need to consider as part of our safety. So maybe I missed mentioning this, but as part of the emergency fund, we can also provide funds to seek psychosocial assistance for journalists that are willing to do so. In terms of the pressure on media outlets, I think it's a takeaway for me, or it should be something that inform also our mandate. How can we, as organizations supporting from abroad, can support media houses that are facing this economical and prevalence pressure in certain countries? Yes, and also regarding the use of narratives for personal gain, someone mentioned about the journalists that use these narratives to try to go to Western countries. In the case of Free Press Unlimited, the relocation outside the region is our last resource, but sometimes we are confronted with this type of situations where we feel from our counterpart or the journalists that they are facing a very critical situation. So for us, it's very important also to address it with local partners that can understand better than us the context. But yes, I think it also has to do with the ethics of the person that is reporting the situation.
Thank you, Isabel. And I think we've taken a bit of your lunchtime. Apologies. So I'm not going to sum up the recommendations that were made, largely because we're all here and we heard everything. So, I mean, if you still need, I've taken notes, so I can share them with you, just so we can go for lunch. But help me appreciate the panelists here with a round of applause for their insightful comments. And before we leave the stage, please let's just move forward and take a group photograph. Thank you.
Yes, another round of applause for Dora and the panelists. Thank you so much for the conversations and the ideas and the thoughts. So it's time to break for lunch, but a couple of announcements. So to clarify that the earlier notice we gave about the excursion, my understanding is that the slot is for 25 people. So if you haven't already, quickly go to your emails and complete the form to join the excursion tomorrow. So the slot is for only 25 people. And the gate fee, as I understand, has been taken care of by the Media Foundation, so you don't have to pay the gate fee. So please go online if you haven't already and complete the form to join the excursion. Secondly, I'm sure some of us saw the spin the wheel. So we mounted a wheel in front this morning. So when you come back from lunch, before you enter the hall, we encourage you to spin the wheel, and you stand a chance of winning a Ghanaian cloth, a pen, a mug, chocolate, T-shirts, and an umbrella. So when you come from lunch, make sure that you spin the wheel and try your luck, okay? And then the final announcement is where we are having lunch. So we are not having lunch at where we were at yesterday. So lunch coupons will be handed out to you as we did yesterday, and on it you see the location for lunch. So it's at the Britannia lobby and the Opera. We will direct you there. So we are not having lunch at the Dome or where we went yesterday. All right, so I think we'll give a 50-minute lunch break. So please, let's be back here by 2:10. 2:10. Thank you very much, and see you shortly. Enjoy your lunch.
And I want somebody to show me love, show me love. 'Cause I want
opportunity to invite all of you to the 8th edition of West Africa's biggest media event. This year marks the 8th edition of this important media event. This year, we are focusing on digital public infrastructure and journalism in Africa. In other words, the role of journalism in advancing digital public infrastructure in Africa. We've chosen to focus on this because we are at an era where digitalization is the driver of global development. Whether you are talking about your digital ID card, or you are talking about your financial payments, fintechs, or digital payments, or data exchanges, we are talking about digital public infrastructure. And we think that it is important to educate our people, to create awareness, to ensure that the rollout and adoption of digital public infrastructure, or DPI for short, is inclusive, is transparent, and is rights respecting. So we are inviting all those in the fintech ecosystems, governments who are rolling out digital public infrastructure, aspects like digital IDs, and data exchange companies to join us for 2 days of meaningful conversations on October 9 and 10, and for a grand award ceremony on October 11, where we'll recognize excellence in journalism from within West Africa and beyond. I want to take this opportunity to invite all of you to the 8th edition of West Africa's biggest media event. This year marks the 8th edition of this important media event. This year, we are focusing on digital public infrastructure and journalism in Africa. In other words, the role of journalism in advancing digital public infrastructure in Africa. We've chosen to focus on this because we are at an era where digitalization is the driver of global development. Whether you are talking about your digital ID card, or you are talking about your financial payments, fintechs, or digital payments, or data exchanges, we are talking about digital public infrastructure. And we think that it is important to educate our people, to create awareness, to ensure that the rollout and adoption of digital public infrastructure, or DPI for short, is inclusive, is transparent, and is rights respecting. So we are inviting all those in the fintech ecosystems, governments who are rolling out digital public infrastructure, aspects like digital IDs, and data exchange companies to join us for 2 days of meaningful conversations on October 9 and 10, and for a grand award ceremony on October 11, where we'll recognize excellence in journalism from within West Africa and beyond. I want to take this opportunity to invite all of you to the 8th edition of West Africa's biggest media event. This year marks the 8th edition of this important media event. This year, we are focusing on digital public infrastructure and journalism in Africa. In other words, the role of journalism in advancing digital public infrastructure in Africa. We've chosen to focus on this because we are at an era where digitalization is the driver of global development. Whether you are talking about your digital ID card, or you are talking about your financial payments, fintechs, or digital payments, or data exchanges, we are talking about digital public infrastructure. And we think that it is important to educate our people, to to create awareness to ensure that the rollout and adoption of digital public infrastructure, or DPI for short, is inclusive, is transparent, and is rights respecting. So we are inviting all those in the fintech ecosystems, governments who are rolling out digital public infrastructure aspects like digital IDs, and data exchange companies to join us for 2 days of meaningful conversations on October 9 and 10, and for a grand award ceremony on October 11, where we'll recognize excellence in journalism from within West Africa and beyond. I want to take this opportunity to invite all of you to the 8th edition of West Africa's biggest media event. This year marks the 8th edition of this important media event. This year, we are focusing on digital public infrastructure and journalism in Africa. In other words, the role of journalism in advancing digital public infrastructure in Africa. We've chosen to focus on this because we are at an era where digitalization is the driver of global development. Whether you are talking about your digital ID card, or you are talking about your financial payments, fintechs, or digital payments, or data exchanges, we are talking about digital public infrastructure. And we think that it is important to educate our people, to create awareness, to ensure that the rollout and adoption of digital public infrastructure, or DPI for short, is inclusive, is transparent, and is rights respecting. So we are inviting all those in the fintech ecosystems, governments who are rolling out digital public infrastructure aspects like digital IDs, and data exchange companies to join us for 2 days of meaningful conversations on October 9 and 10, and for a grand award ceremony on October 11, where we'll recognize excellence in journalism from within West Africa and beyond. I want to take this opportunity to invite all of you to the 8th edition of West Africa's biggest media event. This year marks the 8th edition of this important media event. This year, we are focusing on digital public infrastructure and journalism in Africa. In other words, the role of journalism in advancing digital public infrastructure in Africa. We've chosen to focus on this because we are at an era where digitalization is the driver of global development. Whether you are talking about your digital ID card, or you are talking about your financial payments, fintechs, or digital payments, or data exchanges, we are talking about digital public infrastructure. And we think that it is important to educate our people, to create awareness, to ensure that the rollout and adoption of digital public infrastructure, or DPI for short, is inclusive, is transparent, and is rights respecting. So we are inviting all those in the fintech ecosystems, governments who are rolling out digital public infrastructure aspects like digital IDs, and data exchange companies to join us for 2 days of meaningful conversations on October 9 and 10, and for a grand award ceremony on October 11, where we'll recognize excellence in journalism from within West Africa and beyond. I want to take this opportunity to invite all of you to the 8th edition of West Africa's biggest media event. year marks the 8th edition of this important media event. This year, we are focusing on digital public infrastructure and journalism in Africa. In other words, the role of journalism in advancing digital public infrastructure in Africa. We've chosen to focus on this because we are at an era where digitalization is the driver of global development. Whether you are talking about your digital ID card, or you are talking about your financial payments, fintechs, or digital payments, or data exchanges, we are talking about digital public infrastructure. And we think that it is important to educate our people, to create awareness, to ensure that the rollout and adoption of digital public infrastructure, or DPI for short, is inclusive, is transparent, and is rights respecting. So we are inviting all those in the fintech ecosystems, governments who are rolling out digital public infrastructure, aspects like digital IDs, and data exchange companies to join us for 2 days of meaningful conversations on October 9 and 10, and for a grand award ceremony on October 11, where we'll recognize excellence in journalism from within West Africa and beyond. I want to take this opportunity to invite all of you to the 8th edition of West Africa's biggest media event. This year marks the 8th edition of this important media event. This year, we are focusing on digital public infrastructure and journalism in Africa. In other words, the role of journalism in advancing digital public infrastructure in Africa. We've chosen to focus on this because we are at an era where digitalization is the driver of global development. Whether you are talking about your digital ID card, or you are talking about your financial payments, fintechs, or digital payments, or data exchanges, we are talking about digital public infrastructure. And we think that it is important to educate our people, to create awareness, to ensure that the rollout and adoption of digital public infrastructure, or DPI for short, is inclusive, is transparent, and is rights respecting. So we are inviting all those in the fintech ecosystems, governments who are rolling out digital public infrastructure, aspects like digital IDs, and data exchange companies to join us for 2 days of meaningful conversations on October 9 and 10, and for a grand award ceremony on October 11, where we'll recognize excellence in journalism from within West Africa and beyond. I want to take this opportunity to invite all of you to the 8th edition of West Africa's biggest media event. This year marks the 8th edition of this important media event. This year, we are focusing on digital public infrastructure and journalism in Africa. In other words, the role of journalism in advancing digital public infrastructure in Africa. We've chosen to focus on this because we are at an era where digitalization is the driver of global development. Whether you are talking about your digital ID card, or you are talking about your financial payments, fintechs, or digital payments, or data exchanges, we are talking about digital public infrastructure. And we think that it is important to educate our people, to create awareness, to ensure that the rollout and adoption of digital public infrastructure, or DPI for short, is inclusive, is transparent, and is rights respecting. So we are inviting all those in the fintech ecosystems, governments who are rolling out digital public infrastructure, aspects like digital IDs and data exchange companies to join us for 2 days of meaningful conversations on October 9 and 10, and for a grand award ceremony on October 11, where we'll recognize excellence in journalism from within West Africa and beyond. I want to take this opportunity to invite all of you to the 8th edition of West Africa's biggest media event. This year marks the 8th edition of this important media event. This year, we are focusing on digital public infrastructure and journalism in Africa. In other words, the role of journalism in advancing digital public infrastructure in Africa. We've chosen to focus on this because we are at an era where digitalization is the driver of global development. Whether you are talking about your digital ID card, or you are talking about your financial payments, fintechs, or digital payments, or data exchanges, we are talking about digital public infrastructure. And we think that it is important to educate our people, to create awareness, to ensure that the rollout and adoption of digital public infrastructure, or DPI for short, is inclusive, is transparent, and is rights respecting. So we are inviting all those in the fintech ecosystems, governments who are rolling out digital public infrastructure, aspects like digital IDs and data exchange companies to join us for 2 days of meaningful conversations on October 9 and 10, and for a grand award ceremony on October 11, where we'll recognize excellence in journalism from within West Africa and beyond. I want to take this opportunity to invite all of you to the 8th edition of West Africa's biggest media event. This year marks the 8th edition of this important media event. This year, we are focusing on digital public infrastructure and journalism in Africa. In other words, the role of journalism in advancing digital public infrastructure in Africa. We've chosen to focus on this because we are at an era where digitalization is the driver of global development. Whether you are talking about your digital ID card, or you are talking about your
And can we all take our seats? Don't spin in the wheel. Please, you can pause and join us back in the hall so that when we are done, you can go back and try your luck. Rahina Suleiman, who is the Executive Director of Targeted Rights Initiative Ghana. Doreen, are you around? Are you here? Great. So Doreen, please, let's warmly welcome her as she comes onto the stage to invite her panelists to join her for the discussion. Please, can we sustain the applause while she... All right, so over to you. All right, okay. So I think there's a mic.
Hi. I think we're all full from lunch, so would make it exciting. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to WAMECA 2025. And our session is titled Forging Collaboration Among the States. Sorry about that. Forging collaboration among the state, private sector, and CSOs for DPI ecosystem enablement. Yesterday, we had lots of conversations around DPI, how journalists can spread awareness, and then we also looked at how the fintechs can also help with it. But today, I'm going to have some able-bodied experts with me here while we delve into how CSOs, the government, and private sector can come together to make DPI safe, secured, and then inclusive. So, my first panelist, Daniel Amewo. He's the head of communications for Center for Digital Public Infrastructure. Daniel. Okay, round of applause. Mr. Daniel Amewo. Okay. And then I have Mr. Peter Mwesige. Forgive me if I don't get it right. From CIPESA, Mr. Peter Mwesige. Right. And the last person on my list is Mr. Lucrece Kenom. Oh, it's Miss. Oh, sorry. Lucrece. Please, did I get the name right? Because it's Lucrece Kenom. From Wuri, UGP for Wuri, yes. Thank you very much. And I have a few things to say. I think, Professor London, I think journalists is in our nature to always give speeches or have long talks. Today's sessions were mostly about journalist safety and all, and I realized most of the DPIs were yesterday. So I'm going to just go through a brief introduction or just talk a little bit about DPI, since if those that came today didn't get to experience yesterday's sessions. So DPI, Digital Public Infrastructure, is a critical component of modernizing economies and promoting inclusive development. Effective collaboration among the state, private sector, and civil society organizations is essential for DPI ecosystem enablement. Collaboration for DPI ecosystem enablement is important because it can streamline DPI development, implementation, reducing costs, and increasing effectiveness. CSOs can ensure that DPI solutions are designed with marginalized communities in mind, promoting financial inclusion and social equity. Private sector innovations can be leveraged to drive DPI development, while government support can facilitate scaling and adoption. For example, Ghana and Nigeria's mobile money systems have been a collaboration between state and private sector, which has made moving money across Ghana and Nigeria quite simple. And Kenya's M-Pesa mobile money platform is also an example of successful collaboration between private sector, that's Safaricom, and government, promoting financial inclusion and economic growth. And I think M-Pesa is not just in Kenya. M-Pesa works across Tanzania, Uganda, at least the East African countries I've visited so far. M-Pesa works all around there. That shows how successful collaboration works. And then globally, India's DPI ecosystem is also an example for a DPI driven by collaboration between government, private sector, and CSOs, resulting in innovative solutions like the Aadhaar and Unified Payment Interface. However, digitalization comes with challenges. The internet is a two-edged sword. There is the right and there is the wrong. So challenges exist, and in many countries, implementing DPI initiatives is quite a challenge. There is often mistrust between stakeholders and poor stakeholder engagement during the development and deployment of DPI initiatives. I remember yesterday during Suleimana Brahma's session, there was one of the things that came up was data security. And even I think with your session to the fintechs, they were also talking about how secure our data are and where the source, where the data is being taken and what is being done with it. So this session would explore how stakeholders can collaborate to ensure sustainability and scalability of DPI initiatives, leveraging resources and expertise from multiple stakeholders. Stay tuned, and we hope to make this fun. So I would give the floor to my panelists to introduce themselves briefly, and then we can go on. So Mr. Peter, I'll start with you.
Thank you. My name is Peter Mwesige. I come from Uganda, where in some parts of the country, Mwesige means trust. I'm telling you that the meaning of my name because I think we live in times where the concept of trust is quite a big deal, especially for us in the media. I work with CIPESA, which is an ICT think tank that many of you are familiar with. Those of you who have attended the Forum on Internet Freedom in Africa know what CIPESA is all about. We work on digital rights, on digital governance, data protection, citizen participation, and so on. Before that, if you can just give me a few seconds, I wanted to pay tribute to Professor Kwame Karikari, who founded the Media Foundation for West Africa, because many years ago, I think in 2010, he inspired and encouraged my colleague and I to start the African Center for Media Excellence in Kampala, and it's still going strong. So I'm here partly to honor the legacy of Professor Kwame Karikari. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Daniel, you can go on.
Okay. Hi, everyone. It's good being here today. So I'm Daniel Amewo. I lead communications for the Center for DPI. The Center for DPI is administratively operates from IIITB in India, but we're a global team. What we do is we advise governments on how they can safely and securely implement various DPI principles. So we operate globally, we advise governments in Africa, in Latin America, in Asia, and in several other regions as well in Europe. I'm excited to be here to share some of the insights we have. We also co-founded funded by Co-Develop, so, and a few other players in the space. So excited to be here and I'm willing to share some insights. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Lucrez. Okay, so Lucrez is Francophone and you would need your translation.
Je suis Lucrèce Quenom, chargée de partenariat au sein du projet OURI au Bénin. Le projet OURI est le projet d'identification unique pour l'intégration régionale et l'inclusion en Afrique de l'Ouest. Il y a eu mon collègue de projet OURI Côte d'Ivoire qui est déjà passé hier. Merci.
Thank you very much, Lucrez. So, Mr. Peter, I'll start with you. I just came from Namibia from FIFA Africa, and as part of the sessions, there were the DPI fellows. So I know that CIPESA is already doing something on DPI. There's a fellowship. They are training 20 journalists. So my first question is, with this, how do you engage with other stakeholders in the DPI ecosystem, and what benefits have you seen from collaboration?
Good. Thank you very much. We engage with a variety of stakeholders, in fact, including, maybe to begin with, the media that you have mentioned. And again, I must pay tribute to the Media Foundation for West Africa because the DPI Journalism Fellowship for Eastern Africa, which we started this year, was inspired by your own fellowship here in West Africa. And luckily for us, it's the same funder, Co-Develop, who are supporting this work. So we've been doing lots of collaboration with the Media Foundation for West Africa. We've borrowed the curriculum and so many other aspects of what they are doing here, because sometimes there's no point in reinventing the wheel when others are doing it so successfully. Of course, we have also done a few things which the Media Foundation did not do, including undertaking a comprehensive study of how the media actually covered DPI in our region. So we commissioned a study in 9 countries to look at how DPI is covered by selected media houses. We will be releasing the findings of that study very soon. But beyond the media, we engage with state or governments, not just in Uganda where we're based, but in the whole of Africa. We have engaged with the African Union. We have engaged with the United Nations, including the United Nations UNDP DPI safeguards team. And I'll talk about that briefly later. We have engaged with, regulators, again, across, different countries. And in all of these cases, basically, our engagement is to try and ensure that these duty bearers are able to do their work, whether it is regulating or monitoring DPI implementation, against the principles that have been laid out and to which our countries are signatories, including our regional bodies like the AU. That's one of the things we do. The other people we engage with judges. We have, in the last recent months, with support from GIZ. I mentioned GIZ because I saw they are also supporting this conference. So with support from GIZ, we have engaged the East African Legislative Assembly, the East African Court of Justice, and that has involved capacity building for judges in those bodies and representatives in those bodies to understand the commitments that our region has made towards, AU's data strategies and so on and so forth. Finally, maybe I can mention that we have also done a lot of engagement with the private sector, including lawyers, in our attempt to build a movement of people who are knowledgeable enough about DPI and who are not just DPI actually, but digital rights, generally speaking, because as far as we are concerned, DPI is part of the bigger story of digital rights and the transformative potential of these technologies, frankly. Thank you.
Okay, I am tempted to move, but then based on what she said, okay, so a quick one. Could you please fill the front seat so it would make streaming easier? I'm talking to the participants. Could you please move forward to fill the seats? Yeah, waiting. Okay, yes, so you mentioned you having engagements with lawyers. I think it's kind of coincides with my second question. How can government, private sector, and CSOs work together to ensure that DPI solutions prioritize citizens' needs, rights, and well-being?
Thank you very much. I think, and I'm not saying this because that's my specialty. I studied political communications and mass communications after working as a journalist for very many years. So that's my specialty. But I think actually that the lowest common denominator for all the players in this ecosystem is better public communication. Improved public communication, effective public communication. We need to know what each side is doing. People take sometimes things for granted, but actually there's lots of information that goes below the capital that's basically not, people don't get to act because they actually don't know what's going on. I'll give you an example. I traveled to Kenya 2 weeks ago, about 10 kilometers from my home. So it was 55 kilometers from my home. Then I realized I have no passport. Now, I panicked, but I was getting late. The thing about this story for me is I am more than an average citizen. I have 3 degrees. And I've been working for more than 25 years in media and communication. And I somehow didn't know that Uganda and Kenya have an understanding that the national ID is enough for you to travel to the other country. But I can't do that with Tanzania because Tanzania hasn't signed that framework. Now, all that is purely because the people who are in charge of these policies are not doing as much as they should to inform the public about what's going on. We shouldn't be having heartbreaks or high blood pressure because of forgetting passports. You know, they have actually made a good thing, but they haven't made enough noise about what they have done. And the media too, I'm sure you talked about this yesterday, could do a better job trying to help people understand what is going on around these kinds of things, including digital identity cards, digital payment systems, data exchange systems, and so on and so forth. So I think that the first thing is better communication on the part of everybody. That is concerned. The second thing is a recognition that ultimately we are all supposed to be working for the same person, the ordinary citizen. Whether you're in the private sector, yes, you want profits and all that, but ultimately, the success of your business depends on the satisfaction or happiness of the common person. Whether you're in civil society, ultimately, you are an advocate for the common person. If you are in government, it's the same story, that those citizens are your voters. So we all need to understand that ultimately, the people we work for are the same. And what we need to do is to ensure that they are engaged in these systems we are allegedly doing on their behalf. You know, are we seeking their input in the development of these systems? Are we explaining to them the benefits? But above all, are we explaining to them the risks that are involved? And then my final point on that would be a commitment on the part of all of our stakeholders to respect the human rights principles that should be guiding these kind of systems, including, of course, inclusion, transparency, and so on. I'm sure you discussed many of these principles yesterday, but I think it's very, very important that whether you are civil society, whether you are the private sector, you have a commitment to these principles, and that, again, the public is reminded about their right to be served under those principles of inclusion, of safety, and so on and so forth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Peter. So we're on the part of the card, I think I had a similar experience when I went to Senegal. I was going somewhere and then we were required to bring an ID. I didn't have my passport on me then, but I had my Ghana card, that's the ECOWAS identity card. And it took me through. I didn't think, well, I don't know, but for some funny reasons, I didn't know, I just banged on it. I was like, okay, it's ECOWAS identity card, so let me just try, since we are all in West Africa, it's an ECOWAS state. So, yes, I believe much education should be done on it. Mr. Daniel, yes, I'm coming to you. So, as the head of communications for DPI in Ghana, how do you assess the readiness of governments to adopt and implement DPI solutions in Africa?
Okay, thank you. So I'm head of communications for Center for DPI. So yes, Center for DPI. So we work with different countries. So currently we've actually, as CDPI, in the past 2 years roughly, we've actually engaged with roughly more than 70, 75 countries. We are a small team, but we have sort of a large impact. And over the past few years, we've sort of developed some few steps, and I'll just walk us through some of the steps by which we take through when we are engaging a country to see how ready they are or what kind of DPI block they would probably want to implement. So I think really what we normally do first is to try and understand the local landscape, the context-specific landscape of the country. So we try to understand what existing digital infrastructure they have. We try to understand the legal frameworks. We try to understand what DPI blocks already are in there, whether it's payment systems and how effective they are, if they are, whether it's data credentialing, what systems are there. We try to have this understanding. Second thing we try to do is to identify very, very quick wins. So identify what pain points the government is trying to solve. So we don't go there with ideas of what we think that they should solve. They tell us, okay, this is what we have, this is what you want to do. And then once we identify these kind of pain points, we now try to group them into use cases. So I'll give some examples as I go ahead. So, for example, in Trinidad and Tobago, TNT, we are currently in the process of, we have been working with them to enable DPI as a package solution. So it's essentially a concept whereby a country is able to adapt DPI, the framework of DPI, in 90 days, in quotes. But 90 days is aspirational. On grounds, we now see that a lot of work needs to go in. So TNT, what we are doing with them, we understand that they came with us and then they mentioned that they want to have credentialing for their universities. They want their university students to have verifiable credentials as a certificate. So this is something that we've been implementing with them. And at this stage, we understand a lot of process has gone in there. And we understand they now have a soft launch. It's not yet public, so we're now going to have the public launch and all. So this is a typical example of they giving us their use case and how we're able to support them to reach there. And after identifying this, another thing we try to do is to assess the technical capacity of the country. So this is also slightly closely related to assessing the political will of the country as well. So I'll try and put them together. Assess the technical capacity. Somewhere last year, I understand, and I think it's already wide known, Zambia, we know that Zambia made very good strides in a lot of the digital infrastructure they had. This was mainly due to the technical capacity and the buy-ins of those that we're speaking with, and it was widely known in the industry. I think co-developers published on it. We ourselves have published on it, and a few others have also published on it. So we try to understand how well equipped are the technical capacity of the ICT ministries or those that will be on ground to actually drive this push. Normally, we've seen that if these people are very well vexed and they are quite pushed, you see that the projects normally go very quickly. And also because we work with a lot of governments, this is kind of a bottleneck. We work with a lot of governments. You see the political cycles normally affect how quickly we are able to push in a project. And I think it's actually global. It's not only in a few countries. So what's the political buy-in as well of the various countries that we are engaging in? We try and understand this as well. When we sort of go through this process, then we identify which building block would be most relevant to the use case that the country needs. So whether it has to do with payments, or whether it has to do with ID, like what I mentioned in Trinidad and Tobago, they are working on more verifiable credentials, and we see that it's actually moving very, very fast and very well, and this has to do with the ID building block. So we try to identify which building block would move very quickly with this pain point that this country is facing, and then from there we try to push that forward. And then, from here we now give them a technical strategy notes, and more or less they have, and then we sort of move them quickly in adopting that. So this is sort of like a rough estimate of the steps we take when we're engaging with any country.
Thank you very much, Daniel. I'll come back with a follow-up question, but I will work to build a good ecosystem for the rollout of the WURI project in Benin.
Alors, au Bénin, la stratégie a démarré par l'identification des personnes. Le Bénin a démarré nommé le Registre national des personnes physiques. Cette base, elle est numérique. Il faut enregistrer les données de façon unique dans le registre. Et en dehors de ça, il y a eu, le gouvernement a fait appel au projet WURI en 2020 pour accompagner le projet d'identification, de réforme d'identification dans le pays et de mise en œuvre des infrastructures publiques numériques. Et déjà de là, le projet WURI a pour objectif principal d'enrôler le maximum de personnes, tous ceux qui avaient été exclus au départ du projet, et surtout les couches vulnérables. Il y a eu beaucoup de stratégies pour pouvoir enrôler les personnes vulnérables, les personnes qui sont dans les zones d'accès difficiles, les personnes en situation de handicap, les malades, les personnes qui sont dans les prisons, etc. Donc, en dehors de ça, il y a eu, le gouvernement a mis en place une plateforme nationale des services en ligne qui facilite l'accès de tous les services administratifs, plus de 200 services administratifs en ligne. Donc, la population, ceux qui sont déjà dans la base du registre national des personnes physiques peuvent accéder facilement aux services administratifs sans envoyer des documents. Il suffit juste d'avoir un numéro personnel d'identification. Et cela est possible grâce à une plateforme nommée ISROAD qui a permis de mettre en interconnexion tous les systèmes d'identification du pays, de telle sorte que les données sont échangées de façon sécurisée. Donc, c'est sur cette base-là qu'il y a des systèmes de paiement avec les structures privées qui accompagnent ce projet. Et dès qu'un usager a peut-être besoin d'avoir son casier judiciaire, son acte de naissance, sa carte d'identité, son passeport, etc., il peut simplement, juste avec le numéro qu'il a eu lors de l'enrôlement dans la base, et il intègre ce numéro, il peut avoir ses documents en ligne facilement. Donc, c'est un peu le fonctionnement au Bénin. Merci. Le projet WURI accompagne tous ces services. C'est un projet de la Banque mondiale qui est sous la direction de l'Agence nationale d'identification, mais est piloté par des comités directeurs où ils regroupent beaucoup de ministères. Le ministère des Affaires sociales qui s'occupe des couches vulnérables, et regroupe le ministère du numérique et de digitalisation qui s'occupe des questions numériques, l'Agence nationale d'identification des personnes. Merci.
Thank you, Lucas. It's great to hear that WURI is centering more on the inclusivity. There is, from what you said, there is more inclusivity with the disabled people, the prisons, those in the prison and all. That is a great job there. So, Mr. Peter, when speaking earlier, you spoke about the DPI frameworks briefly. So I would want you to touch on it briefly. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you. By the United Priority for his term, to ensure that minimize risk across all layers of implementing digital transformation across the globe. Technical, normative, and organizational. So the framework itself, the DPI safeguards framework, was co-created through expert-led discussions and public contributions, which provides actionable recommendations, for those who are trying to implement DPI, something you can look up to. I encourage all of you who are not familiar with the framework to go to dpi-safeguards.org, dpi-safeguards.org. There are very interesting write-ups there on what they are trying to do across, the globe. But I really am happy that I think for once you have a UN team that is not shy to engage easily with the public. We have spoken to the DPI safeguards lead at UNDP. She actually wants to get in touch with the Media Foundation for West Africa because they are hoping they can work with MWFA for their phase of work here in West Africa. We have started doing some engagements with them. They're going to come next week for a conference, for our in-person workshop for the journalism fellows, so that they can popularize, this whole notion of DPI safeguards. And I think once all actors are able to speak the same language on what this should be or not be, we can begin to hold each other accountable. Yeah.
Accountability is key. That is very important. So, Daniel, that takes me to a second question. What guidance does CDPI provide to governments on DPI deployment, and how do you ensure that solutions are context-specific?
Okay, thanks again. So I think building up on what I said first, first of all, we need to understand the context, and then we need to understand the citizen pain points. I think a key thing that we also do, and maybe I'll also use this to touch a bit more on the DPI Safeguards Initiative. We are part of the initiative as well as CDPI. We've enabled some of the frameworks. We've helped them to put some of the safeguards together. And the team is also, like he said, they're also quite good, and they are trying to push this as well. So I think a key point that we also do is to try to embed some DPI principles in the engagements that we have. So what are some of these principles? We are speaking about, minimalism. We are speaking about reusability, speaking about inclusion, privacy, security, like we mentioned, the DPI safeguards. And if you want to learn more about some of these principles, we have a wiki that talks about these principles as well as everything DPI. You can find that at docs, so DOCS, docs.cdpi.dev. So docs.cdpi.dev. That gives you more insight about these principles and everything DPI that we have. So we try to apply these DPI principles across the framework and then ensure that as well it's also country specific. Another thing that we also do is to try and leverage a lot of open source components and DPGs when we are having these conversations. So CDPI, we are tech neutral. We don't advocate or we don't push any solution necessarily. But what we are aligned to are the use of DPGs, because again, we understand that the use of some of these DPGs enables openness, enables interoperability, enables other people to build on the work, and it prevents vendor locking as well. It has a lot of advantages. So we try to ensure that the systems we use, the components that we use, or the components that we advise these countries to use, they're all DPGs and they're all open source as well. And then, using that to touch on the DPI safeguards, again, very key on privacy, very key on security. And this framework started somewhere last year, like he rightly said, with the UNDP's involvement, with the UN's involvement, and a lot of other stakeholders, actually. So the goal of this is to, as DPI is evolving, as DPI is getting to mainstream, we also want to ensure that the safeguards are in place. So we don't want a situation whereby, like, ID systems, where we start having problems coming up before we now start thinking of safeguards. So I think this is one of the rationales, and as we also engage with countries, we also try to ensure that these safeguards, as well as all the other principles that guide DPI thinking, we look at DPI more like a thinking, more than like just a something. So these frameworks and this thinking just aligns throughout all the processes and the technical strategies that we give. So yeah, I mean, using this to build on the earlier points, I think this is how we've largely engaged with a lot of countries, and this has produced a number of results as well.
Thank you very much. Lucas, so what role do you think each stakeholder, that is government, private sector, and CSOs, should play in DPI deployment and management in West Africa?
Parlant de ces trois acteurs, nous savons que l'État, c'est l'État qui définit la vision et assure la réglementation, la mise en œuvre. Et parlant du secteur privé, le secteur privé apporte l'innovation. Le secteur privé apporte l'expertise technique et aussi la capacité d'investissement. Et les organisations de la société civile, eux, ils assurent l'inclusion. Ils veillent à ce que les droits des citoyens soient respectés, à ce que les données des citoyens soient vraiment protégées. Et ces trois acteurs ensemble ne peuvent que permettre une mise en œuvre vraiment sécurisée, de confiance durable des infrastructures publiques numériques. Merci.
Thank you very much, Lucas. Yes, it's very important that if the government gets involved, there should be ways of capacity building, letting people know that this is what is going on. Just as Mr. Peter said, he panicked when he didn't have his passport, but little did he know that he could use his ID. But I remember that when the Ghana card implementation was going on, it became quite political. So, well, I could say there was much noise about it because it was all in the digitalization era. And there was an instance where one of the aspirants said you could actually travel with your Ghana card and all. But I think the Ghana card has made traveling and so many things in this country easier. More mobile monies are linked, the banks, and now even government organizations use mobile money and other payment systems, which are all a part of DPI. So I think government's involvement, it shouldn't just be there. There should be more capacity building. They should make noise. And also, in as much as they are doing that, as she said, funding, they should try and make it easier for people to understand and then protect our data. Data protection and privacy is also important. So I would pose a question to the audience because you've been active listeners. I would like to know, what trends do you see shaping the future of DPI deployment and management, and how can stakeholders prepare for these changes? This is to the audience. And then how can stakeholders ensure that DPI solutions continue to meet the evolving needs of citizens and promote inclusive development? This is to the audience. What trends do you see? Now, Momo payment is easy, and then, one problem I've always had is payment across Africa, making payments across Africa. It is a tussle. I can't send money to Mr. Peter in Uganda easily like that. Even with my bank's app, they have this PAPS. The system has been down for I think since the beginning of the year, and it's all part of DPI. So I think if the government should get involved in such a way, things like this, making payments across Africa, especially, would make things easier, entrepreneurship, especially those that do trading, and even with other CSOs. With CSOs too, yes. Yeah. If we want to collaborate on something, there is the need to send some funds to support another organization somewhere. It should be easier for us to do that. So the audience, what trend? Okay, yes.
Maybe before, okay. I wanted to touch on briefly on what you said. Okay. So maybe before she comes in. So like Riley said, I think there are two trends that we see as well as CDPI, and then maybe you touch on that as well. So one is an increased focus on open standards and interoperability. So similar to what we've just said on open standards for payments. So we understand, I mean, in Africa, for instance, there are a few organizations that push for these. And I mean, Africanenda is one of the partners here. They are also pushing for these inclusive financial systems. Modulope is, the DPD who's also trying to push for this. So I think a trend that we normally see is this push for more open standards, push for more interoperability. And generally, we see this across all the DPI blocks that we've normally engaged with. And another trend, before it comes, another trend that we've also seen, and with all the countries that we've engaged with, is actually the push for verifiable credentials ecosystem, right? So a system whereby we understand that credentials that are issued, whereby it's by university or whereby it's any state authority, can actually have that verifiability on top of it. And with most of the countries that we've seen acting, the entryway we've seen for a lot of them is through this verifiable credentials pathway. And we have a lot of resources on that as well as that many people can learn us as well. So I think these are a few trends before he comes in.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Please introduce yourself and then,
My name is Vanessa. In response to your second question about what stakeholders can do, so these would be my recommendations. Stakeholders include the media, include all the organizations fighting to ensure that DPI's penetration goes deeper. How they can keep, if I understand your question very well, how they can keep helping the people to embrace DPI, right? Okay. So when people lack information, it's difficult for them to embrace anything. So I would recommend continuous awareness creation. When or before people embrace ATM cards, there was so much awareness, there was so much public education. One of the things I wrote down in my paper here is that public education is really important. And even as the media, of which is my constituency, this is what I would do. I would devote my platform to educating in plain language, in simple terms, in such a way that people would understand it. Because if you make it so complex for them, it will be difficult for them to understand and embrace. So continuous public education, and then organizations who have funds can also help take this to the rural communities. I recall then, I'm Igbo, so in the olden days, how we communicate is we use town criers to communicate. But these days, what we do now is town hall meetings. And in town hall meetings, we bring forward the agenda, and we have people who can speak local languages interface with the people living in the community. So I would recommend that stakeholders will take this approach. The media, we do our part by continuously using our platforms to educate, and then the funders would liaise with some community-based organizations who are interested in DPIs to work with people at the community level.
Thank you very much, Vanessa. Education in simple terms, that is very, very important, because if we go all out on terminologies, people will be lost in the middle, and then they'll go like, okay, these people are here with their big, big English. So I believe it's very important that we break the terms down, and then we make it inclusive. We make people understand. So I think maybe moving forward, we could do translation translate some of the terms in the local languages so that, as she said, if we are not even using the town criers, going to town hall meetings. Because, I mean, when we go to churches, I've been to churches where they use the Tree Bible and the Ga Bible. So we should have some of these things in their local languages. Visit a church or visit a community or a place where they usually read this kind of thing. It will be easier for them to understand. Once you have somebody reading and it's in their language, it takes easily. Thank you very much for your point there, Vanessa. And to the panelists, would any of you want to take on the question? So what trends do you see shaping? Daniel has talked about it. Lucas. Okay.
First of all, I'm not an expert on DPI, but I also think that people who coined those words, in some ways did a disservice to, because sometimes this jargon confuses people, and we sometimes debate this like it is anything new. It isn't. This is what we have been dealing with for some time now. The only thing is, for whatever reasons, somebody has decided to give it this name, digital public infrastructure. And what we haven't talked about maybe a lot in this conversation today is the other side of that, which is digital public goods. All these things like the portals you use to access maybe education, to access health, the principles really are the same. That when you want to reap the benefits of having easy access to those portals, you want to be sure that your data is safe. You want to be sure that those who can't read English can also still be served. You want to be sure that the old and so on and so forth are all included, basically, the principles that my colleague was trying to talk about. What I've been hearing from the civil society side is that's not something I'm very familiar with, but I thought maybe you could, for CDI, you could say something about this if you have, or somebody from the audience could talk about this notion of regulatory sandboxes. My colleague has written something about that. There are platforms that offer a structured, participatory, and transparent testbed for innovations. In other words, before you roll out, let's say, the national identity card or the mobile money payments, you kind of first try this out to see that the whole system works, to see who is going to be left behind, who is going to be included, to see the loopholes that need to be closed, and so on and so forth. I don't know if we can say more about that, but I think it's something that I kind of feel like it has some promise. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Peter. Lucrece, I think Lucrece has something to say, so let's go to her.
Merci. Je pense qu'il y a une action aussi qu'il faudrait faire au niveau de ces différentes structures et acteurs, parce que vu l'expérience que nous avons eue dans la gestion du projet OURI, au début, c'est un nouveau thème et il y a eu des actions au niveau de certaines organisations eux-mêmes. Au niveau du parlementaire, se sont constitués en réseau de parlementaires pour l'identification. Et au niveau des communes, les maires se sont constitués en réseau des maires pour l'identification inclusive et durable. Et dès le départ, déjà lors des études pour la mise en œuvre du projet, il y a quelques ONG, organisations de la société civile qui ont été impliquées déjà dès le départ pour l'étude. Et ces ONG sont restées durant tout le long de la mise en œuvre. Et pour que chaque activité soit faite, ils sont toujours informés, ils viennent à nos diverses séances d'information. Mais parallèlement, il y a eu des ONG eux-mêmes qui se sont rapprochés de nous pour pouvoir nous expliquer ce qu'ils pourront apporter. De telle sorte, on a constitué une équipe d'ONG qui sont vraiment sollicités chaque fois qu'il y a de nouveautés, chaque fois qu'il y a d'informations, chaque fois qu'il y a des ateliers. Donc, peut-être qu'au début, on n'a pas pensé à faire un réseau des ONG, mais ces ONG, eux-mêmes, se sont ajoutés à ceux qu'on considère au départ pour pouvoir être informés et nous accompagner dans la mise en œuvre des activités. Donc, il faut que ces acteurs aussi puissent s'organiser d'un côté et créer un réseau pour pouvoir aller vers l'information. Merci.
Thank you too. So that is CSOs collaborating to foster enablement, which is a good thing. Any questions from the audience? Any questions? Okay. Any other person?
Bonsoir à tous, merci. Je suis Alice Lawson du Togo, journaliste. En fait, ma question concerne le projet OURI. À la lumière de ce que j'ai entendu hier du représentant de la Côte d'Ivoire et maintenant du Bénin, j'ai l'impression que le projet OURI, c'est un projet assez dynamique, assez inclusif. Il est mis en œuvre, je crois, depuis quelques mois au Togo. Mais à l'allure où vont les choses, j'ai l'impression que ce n'est pas le même projet, entre griffes. Parce que, par exemple, l'information autour de la chose paraît comme si c'était un secret d'État. Même nous, journalistes, on n'a pas vraiment accès à l'information. Quand vous y allez, on vous dit que c'est la NID qui gère. Et bon, il n'y a pas d'information autour. De sorte qu'il y a des gens qui vont faire les cartes, qui ne les retirent pas. Il y a eu plusieurs cartes. Bon, toute la période de décès, les cartes sont restées. Et le gouvernement a dû lancer des messages pour que les gens aillent retirer les cartes. Mais puisque la population n'a pas été informée, elle n'est pas informée de ce qui se passe, les gens sont allés juste faire les cartes et les ont laissées. Du coup, je me dis que si ça continue comme ça, le projet peut-être n'aura pas, le but recherché ne sera pas atteint. Est-ce que dans les pays, par exemple, comme le Bénin ou la Côte d'Ivoire, vous aviez eu des stratégies pour mettre en confiance les populations pour qu'elles se sentent vraiment concernées par le projet? Parce que la plupart des gens qui sont allés faire les cartes, c'est parce qu'elles n'ont pas d'identité entre griffes, elles n'ont pas de papier qui prouve leur identité. Donc elles sont allées, par exemple, le faire juste pour avoir une carte, sans savoir qu'au-delà d'avoir juste une simple carte, c'est peut-être plus de bien qu'on leur fait. Est-ce que vous aviez eu des stratégies pour approcher les populations? C'est ce que je voulais savoir. Merci.
On peut aller. Merci. Il y a eu des stratégies. Dans un premier temps, il faut noter que la première composante du projet, c'est la mise en œuvre du cadre juridique. Et parlant des cadres juridiques, il y a des réglementations qui exigent, qui obligent la population à aller vers ces cartes, à aller vers le numéro personnel d'identification. Parce que la base, c'est le numéro personnel d'identification. Et ça dépend de la volonté publique du gouvernement. Le gouvernement béninois avait déjà entamé ce processus. Déjà en 2017, après l'enrôlement, il y avait déjà le numéro personnel d'identification, ce qui a cadré exactement avec le projet OURI, ses objectifs. Ce qui fait que les tests en vigueur obligent que l'individu doit être enrôlé au RAVI, doit être enrôlé au registre national des personnes physiques avant de pouvoir accéder à des services. Et ça a commencé depuis 2017. Et la mise en œuvre progressivement, quand le projet OURI est venu en 2020, a commencé par sensibiliser la population à compléter les tests juridiques qui manquaient pour l'adoption des lois. Les décrets ont été votés, les structures prestataires de services ont été impliquées et il y a des tests qui sont mis en œuvre de telle sorte que si tu veux accéder à tel service, peut-être tu veux avoir l'électricité, il faut d'abord ton numéro personnel d'identification. Tu veux avoir ton acte de naissance, il faut d'abord ton numéro personnel d'identification. Donc, ces structures ont compris la mise en œuvre et ont commencé par impliquer cela à leurs usagers. Puisque c'est sécurisé, ça permet de régler beaucoup de problèmes. Je prends l'exemple d'une structure de l'emploi public qui met en œuvre un programme. Et selon ce programme, c'est que tu es enseignant, tu vas accéder à ce programme, on te met peut-être au cours primaire, tu as pu avoir, mais toi seul, tu es dedans cours primaire, tu es dedans cours secondaire, et tu gagnes 2 salaires. Parce que tu as pu te doubler dans la base. et tu as pu contourner. Mais quand on a expliqué à cette structure, c'est important que vous exigez le numéro personnel à vos usagers avant de les enregistrer dans votre répertoire. Quand ça a été fait, on a sorti tous les doublons. Et aujourd'hui, ils ne peuvent pas se passer de ce numéro. Donc, c'est ainsi de suite avec beaucoup de services prestataires, de structures prestataires de services, ça a été exigé et incontournable. Ceux qui, en temps, n'avaient pas pris au sérieux, et avec tous les accompagnements que le gouvernement leur a donnés, même ceux qui n'avaient pas de pièces pouvaient s'enregistrer sous témoignage. Il suffisait de trouver 2 sages du quartier, de les amener, et ils sont enregistrés avec leurs pièces et ils attestent qu'ils te connaissent. Tous ces avantages ont été suspendus aujourd'hui. Donc, on a dépassé l'étape là et je pense que c'est une bonne stratégie que le Bénin a adoptée. Merci.
Je me permets, s'il vous plaît, de prendre la parole, comme j'ai été interpellé. Il faut dire que chez nous, la question de l'identification est une question super sensible. Parce que très vite, on l'assimile à des considérations politiques. Donc, ça va très vite quand on parle d'identification, quand on parle de se faire enregistrer. Les populations sont un peu réticentes parce qu'on lie très rapidement l'identification à la politique ou aux questions de partis politiques, aux questions de choix d'élection, aux questions liées très rapidement à la politique. Donc, ce que nous, au sein du projet Ouri, on a fait, on a mené des activités de mobilisation communautaire, donc en impliquant les chefs de village, les présidents des jeunes, les présidents des femmes. Nous avons créé ce qu'on appelle des comités locaux sous-préfectoraux qui sont installés dans les 508 sous-préfectures de Côte d'Ivoire, où le projet, à travers son partenaire de mise en œuvre qui est la CENAM, a des représentants qui informent les populations de l'intérêt de posséder un numéro de sécurité sociale. Ils le font dans la langue de la localité, ils le font avec les moyens traditionnels de la localité pour bien faire passer le message. Donc, cette approche-là nous permet de pouvoir toucher donc, les populations qui sont réticentes et aussi l'un des intérêts du numéro de sécurité sociale, c'est de pouvoir permettre d'avoir accès à des services. C'est surtout ça le plus important. Des services sociaux d'abord. Pour le moment, chez nous, le Wouri, le numéro de sécurité sociale donne accès à la santé, mais nous voulons aller plus loin et permettre de pouvoir adresser des questions liées, par exemple, aux filets sociaux, donc de pouvoir bénéficier des programmes sociaux mis en œuvre par le gouvernement, pouvoir s'adresser aux questions des bourses avec les étudiants, pouvoir s'adresser aux questions des retraités, des personnes à la retraite. Donc, la base, c'est surtout beaucoup de sensibilisation pour ne pas que l'amalgame soit fait entre identification et politique ou appartenance politique ou stigmatisation politique et tout ça. Donc, c'est ce travail-là que nous avons fait en Côte d'Ivoire et qui nous permet, avec notre partenaire de mise en œuvre, la Caisse nationale d'assurance maladie, de pouvoir donc récolter des résultats. Merci.
Merci. So in all, I think even per the recommendations that has come up, inclusivity is key, including or engaging with the citizens. So Daniel will touch on something briefly, but before that, I would just want to lay out the recommendations and then afterwards we're done. So based on our conversations, these are some of the recommendations that came out. So there should be improved and effective public communication, which I think about almost all of us agree with. And then we should be able to engage with citizens in simple terms. This goes to both CSOs and then the government sector when you are holding capacity building or when you are trying to create awareness on DPIs. And then the government should leverage on open source content and also understand the landscape, the DPI landscape, before embarking on other DPI engagements. And also, they should ensure that there is inclusion, privacy, and data protection. This also goes to the CSOs. You can also help with in inclusivity and then ensuring that the data is well protected and secured. Yes. So I would move to Daniel. We are almost far behind time, so just touch on it briefly and then we can call it an end. But if anybody has a question again, I'll just take one question. That is. Oh, okay. All right. So Daniel.
Okay, thank you. So maybe to wrap it up, I think he mentioned, a colleague here mentioned something on the regulatory sandboxes. Yes, so I think from my understanding, and I've generally been in a number of conversations where I get to understand that almost all central banks generally have some of these sandboxes available, and before some of these technologies are out there, maybe it's a switch or maybe it's a mobile money platform. I think I understand that sometimes, not sometimes, mostly it's given to them and then it's run and then it's tested in this sandbox environment before. If the central bank, I'm speaking in terms of the central bank, the central bank is okay with it and all the boxes check, and I think that's when they now start the phased deployment in various regions. I think, from my understanding, and some of the conversations that we've been in, almost all central banks have this sandbox environments in place, and I think it's normally one step before general wider adoption of payment systems, switches, or anything of that sort. And maybe a final point on one of the recommendations I wanted to mention was, I think, investing in skills development. I think it's a key one. And with co-develop, I think even with this media fellowship that's co-developed, I think it's one key thing that just answers to this, what a stakeholder can do, just investing in skills development. I mean, we work with a number of media houses, media agencies, and I can't count the number of media houses that generally are involved when we have the summits or when we have any conversations around this. And I think it's only this fellowship that is there to empower journalists and media houses to just have a firmer understanding of these environments that we are in. So I think this skills development and enabling cross-collaboration of knowledge between CSOs, and I think co-develop also does this quite well between the grantees that is normally funds. And I think these are other ways that I think stakeholders can also be quite involved in this.
Thank you very much, and a big round of applause to my panelists. Yes. Thank you. I am Doreen Rahina Suleiman, and I've been your moderator for this insightful session. I hope we take home with something. I mean, one or two or plenty. So it's time for Suleiman Abrahama to come and close us. So I would invite the panelists to step forward for a group photo, and then we call it. It's a wrap.
Please, can we give them another round of applause? Okay. So we gradually are winding up our two-day conference. And before we do that, would like to take a moment to thank everyone. Would like to thank our sponsors, thank all of you participants who are with us here in person. Thank our participants who joined us online, and for your active participation and contributions over this 2-day period. At this point, we would like to invite the Executive Director, Mr. Suleiman Abrahima, to give us his closing remarks. Please, can we warmly welcome him as he comes.
Great ideas and great reflections. And as my colleagues have said, this perhaps wouldn't have been possible without the support and the collaboration from our partners co-develop, DW Academy, African NENDA. Of course, we are grateful to Free Press Unlimited for the pre-event that was organized and also for continuing to stay with us. I would also want to sincerely acknowledge the members of our grand jury who did the incredible job of identifying the best of journalists from West Africa for this year's awards, which will be happening tomorrow, and eventually settling on the winners of the various categories for this year's awards. I would want to acknowledge my brother Joseph Warungu from Kenya, my sister Catherine, also from Kenya, and to my brother Tidiane from Senegal, and then, of course, my sister Reni Mende, also from Senegal. These are the 4 distinguished grand jury members who did us the honors of identifying the best of journalists from across West Africa. I want to also say that we are grateful for our colleagues who have joined us from Benin. I think we have representatives from Benin here. We have colleagues from Cote d'Ivoire, colleagues from the Gambia, colleagues from Togo, Senegal, Mali, Burkina Faso, Nigeria, Sierra Leone, Uganda, Kenya, and Guinea-Bissau. I think your presence, your reflections, and your contributions have all greatly contributed to making this 2-day event a very great event. As I said, it's been great 2 days of reflections, ideas, and contributions on how journalism can contribute more effectively towards enhancing the DPI ecosystem in our region and across the continent. And this is so because, as we do acknowledge, DPIs are becoming, the fundamental development pillars in our countries, whether we are talking about national IDs, digital passports, digital payment systems, and data exchange systems is all about DPIs. Elsewhere in the world, these are things that may have been experienced for quite maybe decades, but on our continent, it is fairly new. And whilst it has the prospects for development, it also has the prospects and the challenges that we must be mindful about, including issues of privacy, including issues of inclusion, and including all the issues of human rights that we all have to be mindful about. And for us to be able to do this more effectively, our citizens have to be aware about the potential, but they also have to be aware about their rights that may be implicated in the utilization of these services, and who or which profession can better serve this role than journalism. But we also do recognize that for journalists to play their role more effectively, they have to have the capacity, they have to have the skills, they have to have the professionalism, and more importantly, they have to be safe to do their work. And I think these are the conversations that we've had in the last 2 days. We will try and put together a document summarizing the outcomes from this meeting, the reflections that have been shared, and I'm sure that ultimately you distinguished participants would all have the benefit of receiving such documents so that you can recall some of the conversations that took place here. Even though we don't have the ministry with us today, I think it's in order that I express gratitude to the Honorable Minister for Communications, Digital Technology and Innovations for being represented yesterday by his deputy. He has given assurance that he's going to be with us tomorrow at the award ceremony because he's been away from Accra in the course of this week, so we would have him tomorrow. So to the ministry, we are grateful. To Alisa Hotel, we are grateful for the continuous playing host to this event for the last 6 or so editions. And then, of course, to our interpreters. Yesterday at lunch, I had a colleague telling me that the interpretation is so good. So we are grateful for making it possible for those of us who cannot speak or understand French and Portuguese to follow the conversations since yesterday. And then, of course, to the incredible and amazing colleagues and the team at the Media Foundation for West Africa, particularly the team that helped to put all this together despite the busy schedules that we all have. I say I'm grateful. Without you, I think it would have been difficult to bring all of us together. So once again, I am grateful for your time, for your ideas, and for your thoughts. I wish you a great evening tomorrow. I look forward to seeing you. It wouldn't be about tasking you to talk or sharing your ideas with us. It will essentially be a party time. And to our finalists from these countries, we say congratulations to you for making it this far, and we look forward to seeing all of you tomorrow. Once again, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Sule. Just a couple of quick announcements before we disperse. So we'd like to remind all participants, all sponsored participants who are here to submit their boarding passes and travel insurance to do so at the desk. Please see Ms. Vivian Afua at the registration desks to submit your boarding passes and travel insurance. And the grand jury of WAMECA would also like to have a very brief discussion after we finish here with all female finalists and other female journalists who want to be part of the discussion. So right after we are done here, they would like to have a very brief meeting. I think you would gather at my left side here. So right after we are done, female finalists and female journalists should kindly wait and have a quick discussion with the grand jury for WAMECA. All right, thank you very much, and have a good evening.
This opportunity to invite all of you to the 8th edition of West Africa's biggest media event. This year marks the 8th edition of this important media event. This year, we are focusing on digital public infrastructure and journalism in Africa. In other words, the role of journalism in advancing digital public infrastructure in Africa. We've chosen to focus on this because we are at an era where digitalization is the driver of global development. Whether you are talking about your digital ID card, or you are talking about your financial payments, fintechs, or digital payments, or data exchanges, we are talking about digital public infrastructure. And we think that it is important to educate our people, to create awareness, to ensure that the rollout and adoption of digital public infrastructure, or DPI for short, is inclusive, is transparent, and is rights respecting. So we are inviting all those in the fintech ecosystems